Good morning, distinguished guests. I feel humbled to be your master of ceremony for EUEPiN capacity building and establishment of the community of practice for researchers and policymakers for evidence use in environmental policymaking in Nigeria. Project Dissemination meeting. It's a wonderful Wednesday morning, the 16th day in the last month in year 2020, a special year. I welcome you to this venue, Nigeria's third closest research institute district, the guest house, annex conference hall. My name is Oluwaseun. I'll be your master of ceremony for this event that will be live, and we are also having some of our participants joining us via Zoom, and then also be streamed live on YouTube. We needed to observe some of the COVID-19 principles. We'll have loved to have more participants here, but unfortunately, this had to happen. Once again, I welcome you, and at this juncture, I want to respectfully invite to the other side of the table some of our distinguished guests that are joining us live, and some of our guests that will be joining us virtually. But for those here physically present, I want to respectfully recognize the Deputy Director, Research and Innovation Office of the prestigious University of Lagos, who is representing the host Director, Research and Innovation Office of the University of Lagos, in person of Professor Bola Ogo, but ably represented here by Dr. Abidemi. Let's give her a round of applause. Please join us on the service table. While I was introducing Dr. Abidemi, who is representing the Director of Research and Innovation Office of the University of Lagos, in person of Professor Bola Ogo, just walked in, is one of the most respectable professors on campus. He's the only LOC for life. Every other LOC will be dissolved. Representing the 12th Vice Chancellor of the prestigious University of Lagos, Professor Oluwatoyin Temitayo Ogundipe, FAS, we have here an able representative, the Director of Academic Planning of the University of Lagos. Please join me as I welcome Professor Lucien Obina Chukwu, the only LOC for life, representing the Vice Chancellor of the University of Lagos. You're welcome, Prof. Thank you very much, sir. Also joining us on the service table, representing the special guest of honor, the Honorable Minister, Federal Ministry of Science and Technology, Dr. Ogunaya Onu, Senior Scientific Officer, Federal Ministry of Science and Technology. A round of applause for Mr. Ezenwa Ifyo. He will definitely join us. I want to come.
I'm online. I'm online.
We also use this medium to recognize the Executive Secretary, Nigeria Academy of Science and Chairman INSA Africa, Dr. Oladoyin Otubanjo. A round of applause. Okay, I've just been told that joining us virtually, the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academic and Research, joining us virtually. Please, a round of applause for Professor Oluwole Familoni, FAS. Also joining us virtually, a round of applause for the clerk, Federal House of Representatives, Committee on Environment, Dr. Eric Makwi. A round of applause. Also joining us virtually, Director, Public Policy and Communications, African Institute for Development Policy, Dr. Rose Oronje. A round of applause for her. And I want to believe she's here with us, Zonal Director, Southwest Nigeria Federal Ministry of Environment, Mrs. Oluwatoyin Adela. A round of applause for her. Please, ma'am. You have to join us on the service page, ma'am. Thank you very much, ma'am. And joining us virtually, representing President, Nigerian Young Academy, Dr. Abiodun Egbetokin, Vice President, Nigerian Young Academy, joining us virtually, Dr. Aliu Mohammed. A round of applause. Thank you very much, Dr. Aliu Mohammed. Well, more and more people will be recognized as time goes on, but I want to welcome you all once again to Project Dissemination meeting, and I'm sure we are all going to have a fruitful deliberation that will change the face of this great country. Before going to the next item, I want us to please be upstanding as we take the rendition of the national anthem of our dear country, Nigeria. You may please be seated. God bless Nigeria. God bless Lagos State. God bless you all, and God bless EUEPiN. While I introduced him earlier on, he wasn't around because the pilot told him he was unfit to fly, but he came in with the last flight. But we are very appreciative of the presence of the person representing the special guest of honor, the Honorable Minister, Federal Ministry of Science and Technology, Dr. Ogunaya Onu, FAS, every represented by a senior scientific officer, Federal Ministry of Science and Technology. Round of applause for Mr. Ezenwa Ifeogu. Thank you very much for coming. We appreciate you. Without wasting more time, I want to respectfully invite to speak to us the Chief Host, Professor Oluwatoyin Ogundipe, FAS, the Vice Chancellor of the University of Lagos, and like I told you, is ably represented by the Director of Academic Planning and the only LOC for life, Professor Lucien Obina Chiku. So I don't want to belabor you in my speech from there, sir, so that I don't get query when I get back to school. But I'm telling my VC to be outstanding.
No problem. Maybe I will just come there. So
okay. Yes. You said you can talk there, sir. Okay. But he wants to come out. A round of applause for Professor Chiku.
Thank you, the very amiable MC of this program. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I know that the protocols have been duly established by our MC, but permit me to still recognize the special guest of honor for this program, the Honorable Minister of the Federal Ministry of Science and Technology, Dr. Ogunnaya Onu, who is here ably represented by Dr. Ezenwa. In the same vein, I want to recognize the Deputy Vice Chancellor of Academics and Research of the University of Lagos, Professor Duole Famidoni, who has also joined us virtually for this program. The Director of Research and Innovation, who is also the co-host for this program, Professor Bola Omo, who is also being ably represented at this event. The project sponsor, Dr. Rose Oronje, the Director of Public Policy and Communications, African Institute for Development and Policy, whom I understand is also online. The coordinator of this program, Dr. Shogamu, who has worked assiduously, very hard, along with the members of the team, to carry on this project and then get to the stage we are here today for the dissemination meeting. My dear colleagues from the University of Lagos, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, members of the fourth estate of the realm, who are here to capture and project this event appropriately through the electronic and print media. I bring you the warm felicitations of the Vice Chancellor of the University of Lagos, Professor O.T. Ogundipe, Fellow of the Academy of Science. You would have loved to be here in person because of the passion he has for research and the trust of his administration towards making the University of Lagos a research-intensive university. So let me present his address on his behalf. So anything I say now is Professor Ogundipe saying it. It gives me great pleasure to address participants and guests who have come from diverse sectors here today to grace this special occasion, the dissemination meeting of the evidence used in environmental policy making in Nigeria, EUEPiN Project. The EUEPiN Project reflects one of the commitments of the University of Lagos to ensure our research and knowledge do not just end up on the shelves, but impact society positively. The project, EUEPiN, is also one of the current initiatives of the University of Lagos, which is aimed at bridging the gap between the ground and the town, and by fostering better interactions between both parties. We cannot overemphasize the importance of sound environmental policies One of the most pertinent challenges that nations, including the developed nations, contend with today is the challenge of environmental degradation. Evidence from incidences and trends across the globe indicate that for any nation or society to successfully deal with this challenge of environmental quality decline, they will need evidence-informed policies and laws backed and driven by evidence, not just political ideologies and guesswork. It is imperative, therefore, to also note that environmental sustainability is a core pillar without which the dream of sustainable development will remain a mirage. All these go to show the value of the EUEPiN project and the need to sustain the goals, focus, and purpose of this project. And collaborations. There's an aphorism that goes thus: great dreams are built by great teams. No dream is born in isolation. These days, you cannot even cough or sneeze normally, which used to be our normal way of life. So we now try to suppress that even when it's coming. Anyway. So researchers must become innovative in synthesizing and disseminating evidence in ways the evidence will be accessible and utilizable by policymakers and other stakeholders. Evidence users must also network and partner more strategically with researchers in order to ensure the initiatives, policies, and laws driving activities in the nation are based on extant truth and facts. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I greatly commend the project lead, Dr. Temitope Shogbamu, and her team for their resolute commitment and innovative approaches in delivering on this project in this year, 2020, in particular, which has been marked by different challenges that were witnessed globally and even locally. I appreciate the project funders, William and Flora Hewlett Foundation, the African Institute for Development Policy, and the African Academy of Sciences for their support in making this project successful. I will also not to forget to commend the government bodies that have been the partners on this project, namely the Lagos State Ministry of Environment and Water Resources, the Federal Ministry of Environment, Lagos Zonal Office, whose director is here, seated, and the Federal Ministry of Science and Technology. I also appreciate the various organizations and institutions represented here today, you are all welcome. It is my delight that through a synergy represented by today's convergence, we will advance our societies and create the Nigeria of our dreams. Thank you very much, and I wish you a successful meeting.
Thank you very much, sir. Professor Luciano Binachuku, the representative of the University of Lagos Vice Chancellor, Professor Oluwatoyin FAS. People who know me to be an Oliver who sometimes like to ask for more. I think it deserves another round of applause. Moving quickly to the next item, to speak to us virtually, the host, Professor Oluwole Familoni, FAS, Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academic and Research of the University of Lagos. Good morning, sir. Your boy is greeting you, Shemajidaga. Over to you to speak to us, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I hope, can you hear me, please?
Yeah, audible, sir.
Thank you very much. The Vice Chancellor of the University of Lagos, Professor Oluwatoyin, ably represented by Professor Lucia Chuku, the representative of Honorable Minister, and every other members that has been ably recognized. Good morning. It's my pleasure to be here as the host, but due to other reasons, I'm unable to be with you. Kindly please accept my being here virtually. I hope my being here virtually is accepted. Thank you very much. This is a short remark because my Vice Chancellor has spoken. I'm going to just say a brief remark just to show that we hosted it, welcome you to the University of Lagos project. I'm delighted to be here on this occasion of dissemination meeting of the evidence use in the environmental policy making in Nigerian projects. First of all, I would like to commend the project lead, Professor Dr. Shubamu, for their resolute commitment and innovative approach to keep the project going, despite the pandemic and many other challenges we have experienced this year. For those who are following the project, you will have seen that a lot of webinars have been done with large number of hosts, and some of them are in person. They've done very well despite the pandemic. The need for the evidence produced by researchers to be properly integrated to guide policy processes in the country cannot be overstated. There's a huge gap between policy and evidence, or between policymakers and researchers. It's not good for our society at all. Therefore, we must make sure that this thing is harmonized, and that's why this project is very, very important. This is why initiatives and projects that focus on bridging the gap and creating better synergy between researchers and policymakers should be encouraged and sustained. Looking through the work of EUEPiN over the last 1 year, I believe great strides have been made through this project in synergizing researchers and policymakers within the environmental management space for advancing evidence-informed environmental policy making. At this point, I'd like to encourage various stakeholders represented here today, because I know the ministries here, the stakeholders, the researchers are here, because those are the major parties. I would like to encourage the various stakeholders represented here today to contribute their quota by playing their roles to advance evidence-informed decision in making decision making in our nation. I will also encourage EUEPiN to be innovative in ensuring they scale their impact, strengthen their partnership, and sustain this unique initiative. The University of Lagos remains committed to supporting and promoting research and innovation that will solve challenges, promote sustainable development, and rebirth the nation of our dream. And that is why our Vice Chancellor is hereby ably represented by member of management. I'm sure he would have loved to be here himself, but due to the so many things going on at the same time, I sent the powerful delegation. So I'd like to thank you all who have put up their busy schedule and found space to join this meeting. I welcome you and I wish you a fruitful conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The whole Professor FAS, Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academic and Research of the University of Lagos. We are proud of you, so thank you very much for joining us virtually to give your 2 cents on what we are doing today. Distinguished. Well, before I call on the next person to address this gathering, please, we are the owner of this car, a Camry, KJA 41EC. Please, you will come out and park properly. You're obstructing some persons. Camry KJA 41EC. Please go and park. God bless you as you do so. Thank you very much. Over now to the next person who will be speaking to us. She's the co-host, Director of Research and Innovation of the University of Lagos. Also a member of Council, Professor Bola Obo, ably represented here by the Deputy Director, Research and Innovation Office of the University of Lagos. Please round of applause for Dr. Abidemi Akindele as the address of the academy.
Thank you very much, sir, Mr. Emerson, the chief host of this dissemination meeting, and Vice Chancellor of the University of Lagos, Professor EIDM, FAS, represented by the Director of Academic Planning of the University, Professor LOC Tuku, the special guest of honor, Dr. Oguno Yaono, FAS, represented by Mr. Ezenwa Efioku, the host of this event, and the Deputy Vice Chancellor of Academic and Research of the University of Lagos, Professor Luwade Fameloni, the Executive Secretary of the Nigerian Academy of Science, Dr. Jane Odubanjo, the President of the Nigerian Young Academy, Dr. Abiodun Egbetokun, represented by Dr. Ali Mohammed, the Southwest Coordinator of the Federal Ministry, here present, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I bring to you all warm tidings from the Director of the Research and Innovation Office of the University of Lagos, Professor Bola Obo, who is not able to be present here today for certain exigencies. As academics, we have roles of teaching, research, and service. And it is important that the research that we do elicits great impact on the people and on the society. So it is not just for us to conduct research for the purpose of publishing and getting promoted. It is important for us to conduct relevant research that will touch on the life of the people and that will impact on the society. And for that reason, one other core responsibilities of academics is that of service. Service in terms of engaging with the society and engaging with the community. The Research and Innovation Office of the University of Lagos is empowered to assist academics in terms of enhancing their skills for grantmanship and also helping them in the implementation of research grants and projects. And this much we have been doing very well. And for this reason, I would like to, on behalf of the director, Professor Bola, congratulate the project lead for the evidence use in environmental policymaking project, Dr. Temitope Shogamo. We are proud of her and we are proud of all that she has been able to achieve as far as this EUEPiN project is concerned, because it is important that we sustain our environment and we take very good care of our environment if we want to strive in terms of our diverse endeavors, as it were. And I'm happy to say that as much as possible, the Research and Innovation Office supported Dr. Shogamo and the EUEPiN project in coming this far, and we are happy to have done that. I would like to say that aside from publishing our research findings, it is also important that we engage with relevant stakeholders, because when we talk about policies, policies are important in terms of ensuring good governance and in terms of ensuring that the government does whatever it needs to in diverse areas of the economy and also issues that relate to the environment. And there's no way policies can be delivered on their intended importance if there's no evidence from research that are conducted by scientists. And for this reason, we're so happy that the EUEPiN project has actually brought in the aspect of informing policymaking in terms of the environment by providing evidence from research outputs that are conducted by scientists. And one good takeaway from this EUEPiN project as far as the University of Lagos is concerned is the opportunity that we had to host Mrs. Adebukola Subero, who was seconded to the university from the Lagos State Ministry of Environment and Water Resources. I must say that our stay at the University of Lagos for the short period was very, very productive as it were, because she had the opportunity of engaging with researchers from our diverse faculties, and she was able to actually inform people about what the ministry stands for and the goals and expectations of the ministry from researchers in the university. And she had first-hand experience about diverse research initiatives that were actually going on within the university, and she was able to identify areas that our ministry and the university and researchers can actually synergize to improve the state of our environment. And I want to tell you that that interaction has started giving dividend in terms of our engagement with the Lagos State Ministry of Environment and Water Resources. On the final note, I would also like to appreciate the funders of this initiative and all those individuals and corporate bodies that have supported this project in no small way. I want to say a very big thank you to you all. And lastly, I want to welcome everyone present here today to this dissemination meeting. And I want to urge us to make the best use of this opportunity in terms of networking and in terms of taking the issue of policy making to help the environment forward as far as Nigeria is concerned. Thank you very much, and God bless.
Thank you. Thank you so very much, Dr. Abide Akindele, Deputy Director, Research and Innovation Office of the University of Lagos, who was representing the host and director of research and innovation office of University of Lagos, Bola Obo. I've been trying to compose myself because I've been surrounded by professors and doctors. And so when you are in the midst of these academia, this intimidation that can set me sometimes. But just very quickly, while we are praying to God, we must be explicit. Those things God understands everything we are talking about. We must be explicit. And the reason for this was one of my neighbors some years ago, many years ago. Every morning, the mother kept praying, God, make sure my children doctors. God, make sure my children doctors. God, make sure my children doctors. After several years, lo and behold, 2 children became doctors. One was a native doctor, and the other one was a doctor. So most times when you are talking to God, you have to be very, very explicit. On this note, I want to invite to this side of the podium another person who is a doctor. I'm talking about this special guest of honor, the Honorable Minister, Federal Ministry of Science and Technology, Dr. Ogbonna Ono FAS, who is represented by distinguished Nigerian Senior Scientific Officer, Federal Ministry of Science and Technology, Mr. Ezemwa Ikiobo. Please let's give him a round of applause as he steps forward to address this gathering.
Good morning. The chief host of this event is the Vice Chancellor of the University of Lagos, Professor Oluwatoyin Ogundipe, Fellow of the Academy of Sciences, ably represented by Professor Lucia. The host, Professor Oluwaye Kamiloni, who is the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academics and Research of the University of Lagos, joining us online. The co-host, Professor Bola Obo, who is the Director of Research and Innovation of the University of Lagos, represented by the Deputy Director, Dr. Abidi. I also want to recognize the Executive Secretary of the Nigeria Academy of Sciences, Dr. Oladoyin Odubajo. In no small measure is the project sponsor, Dr. Rose Oronje, who is the Director of Public Policy and Communications at the African Institute for Development Policy, and all other protocols duly observed. I am standing here to represent the Honorable Minister of Science and Technology, Dr. Ogbonna Ono, who is unavoidably absent due to busy schedules. I'm here to read his remarks. So now what you will listen to will be the remarks from the Honorable Minister of Science and Technology. Remarks by the Honorable Minister of Science and Technology, Dr. Ogbonna Ono, at the evidence used in environmental policymaking in Nigeria, EUEPiN Project Dissemination Meeting holding a Nigerian Stored Products Research Institute NSPRI Conference Hall on this day. I am delighted to deliver this opening remarks today at the dissemination meeting of the evidence used in environmental policy making in Nigeria EUEPiN Project. At the Federal Ministry of Science and Technology, the ministry is committed to facilitating the development and deployment of science, technology, and innovation in enhancing the pace of development in the social, economic, and environmental sectors of our nation, Nigeria. This is why the Federal Ministry of Science and Technology has partnered with the EUEPiN Project, hosted by the University of Lagos and led by the team lead, Dr. Temitope Showamu, since its inception in January 2020. The ministry hopes to sustain the partnership through the Knowledge Translation Unit, KTU, that has been established at the Federal Ministry of Science and Technology to facilitate evidence-informed decision-making in our policies, particularly relating to environmental management. The Federal Ministry of Science and Technology is optimistic that our partnership with the EUEPiN Project and subsequently the Environmental Evidence Synthesis and Knowledge Translation Research Group at the University of Lagos is a step in the right direction in bridging the gap between evidence producers, who are the researchers, and users, who are policymakers, among others. The need for our policies to be informed by high-quality evidence cannot be overemphasized. The reason is that policies informed by evidence and contextual factors bring about better outcome and sustainable development. The year 2020 marks the beginning of the decade of action towards achieving the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, by 2030. This, however, makes it clear that we have only a short time of 10 years to attain these goals as we work hard to advance our pace in attaining the SDGs, build the nation of our dreams, solve the myriads of environmental challenges that confront us, establish green and circular economy, among many other aspirations of the ministry. The need for scientific evidence, as well as strategic collaborations, especially with evidence producers, researchers, and research institutions, become more imperative. Particularly, the coronavirus disease 2019, COVID-19 for short, pandemic has demonstrated the immense value and importance of evidence in informing decisions by policymakers. The EUEPiN Project in the last 12 months, in spite of the challenges of the COVID-19 pandemic, has engaged in various capacity building activities, including targeted workshops for researchers and policymakers within the field of environmental management, supported secondments, initiated the institutionalization of evidence-informed decision-making, EIDM, at its partner institutions through the setup of KTUs and the EESKT research group at the University of Lagos, set up 3 technical working groups made up of trained researchers and policymakers, among other achievements. These would be showcased at this meeting. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I congratulate the University of Lagos, the project lead, Dr. Temitope Showamu, advisors, Professor Otitoloju, Professor Adeomo, and Dr. Ekoza MNI, project partners, the Federal Ministry of Science and Technology, the Federal Ministry of Environment, Lagos Zonal Office, and the Lagos State Ministry of Environment and Water Resources, Office of Environmental Services and Funders, Hewlett Foundation through the African Institute for Development Policy, AFDEP, in collaboration with the African Academy of Sciences, EAS, for the cooperation and resilience shown in the success of the project in bridging the gap between policy and evidence in Nigeria's environmental management landscape. While I congratulate the knowledge translation units and wish all participants of this meeting a fruitful deliberation. Thank you, and God bless you.
I think Mr. Ezenwa Ifeobu, the Senior Scientific Officer, Federal Ministry of Science and Technology, deserves another round of applause. And I must say, from this position, I'm sure the Honorable Minister, Federal Ministry of Science and Technology, Dr. Ogunaya Ono, FAS, who I presume is an alumnus of the University of Lagos. Brother Chuka, am I correct? I'm sure I'll be proud of you. But unfortunately, I don't know whether you attended UNILAB. But we will incorporate you, don't worry. We will be by association. Thank you very much once again, Mr. Ezenwa Ifeobu. While that was going on, not in any way to discredit this person who wasn't on seat then, I just want to respectfully invite to this side of the table Dr. Oladoyin Odubanjo, the Executive Secretary, Nigerian Academy of Science and Chairman INSA Africa. A round of applause, sir. He said he's okay there. You know, big men don't like to stress people. God bless you, sir. You are most welcome, sir. Before I invite you to speak to this gathering, I'd like to appreciate these our stakeholders that are very much here with us. Nesra, a round of applause for them. Thank you very much. We appreciate you. Nostra, a round of applause for them. Thank you. God bless you. The Guardian newspaper, we are proud of your exploits. Silverbird Television, thank you very much. And one of the foremost and best radio stations in Nigeria, Radio Nigeria, please a round of applause for them. I've also been told that joining us virtually, Director, University of Ghana, Center for Evidence, Synthesis and Policy, Dr. Danso Apia. A round of applause for him. Thank you very much, Dr. Tony Danso Apia. If you were here in person, I would have just told you Akwaba. But all the same, I think I can still use that for you. Thank you very much, Dr. Tony Danso Apia. Now, I just want to swiftly move to the speech of Dr. Oladoyin Odubanjo, the Executive Secretary, Nigerian Academy of Science, and Chairman, INSA Africa. Please, you can do better than Daniel for you.
Thank you. Good morning, and I think I can rightly stand on the protocols. Of course, the Honorable Minister and everybody on the item. It's a pleasure to be here. Unfortunately, we really have us originally scheduled for the afternoon again. The schedules are really tight these days, and I had to plead to do that. But I very much wanted to be here to pass on the regards because of Dr. Shogwamo, the project lead, and the kind of work she does. I've had the privilege of interacting and working with her in the last couple of years, and I found her to be a one-man army. You know, so she's a woman, but I mean, very challenging the way she goes at it and drives issues, projects, and all of that. So, if just for that, I felt I owed it to her, you know, to be here. And as it said, this is definitely the kind of forum that is a delight to see and a delight to encourage, you know, because I stand, like I said, as the Executive Secretary of the Nigerian Academy of Science, which is the fifth or highest independent scientific body in Nigeria, whose primary function of service is to provide science advice, what we call science advice, which basically is to get evidence to influence policy or to inform policy, which is what EUEPiN is doing. So Also, on the other hand, I chair what is known as the International Network for Government Science Advice, the Africa chapter, which was the first chapter of INSA, which is headquartered in New Zealand. The first chapter is Africa, and I chair the Africa chapter. The function of INSA also is capacity building for science advice, primarily. So again, everything is around science advice, which is bridging that evidence to policy gap. So we want to see, because like I read of the mission of the EUEPiN Project, which is to raise a community of scientists that are interested in getting science to influence policy, and raise, on the other hand, a community of policymakers who are also interested in using more of the evidence for policy making. So this is absolutely applaudable. This is commendable. And I must say that much more on the final note, this is perhaps needed much more than ever on environmental issues because of the threat that it poses to all of us, like climate change, even the impact of things like GMOs and all that. So they are very serious issues. They're also quite complex issues that will require everybody working together to examine the evidence and to see how best to put that to work, to develop and implement indeed effective policies that ultimately are science-based and therefore will make the maximum impact. So again, I want to congratulate everyone involved in the project, particularly Dr. Shubham, and indeed wish us all a very, very fruitful meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Sir Dr. Oladoyin Odubanjo, the Executive Secretary, Nigerian Academy of Science, and Chairman, INSA Africa. We are proud of your exploits. May God continue to bless you. Over now to someone I need you to help me appreciate very well. I'll be speaking to us virtually. They are the project sponsor. And of course, I'm sure the representative of the Vice Chancellor and Director of Academic Planning, Professor Chukwu, noted their exploits, appreciated what they're doing. And I'm talking about the Director, Public Policy and Communications, African Institute for Development Policy, the project sponsor. Please, a warm welcome for Dr. Rose Oronje. We are proud of you, ma. Over to you. Good morning, ma.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you so much. Said, my name is Rose Oronje from the African Institute for Development Policy, AFIDEP. I am so honored to be in this event. Of course, I would have loved to join this event in person, but I wasn't able to. So I'm really honored to join this event virtually from Nairobi. And I'm honored because this event is about disseminating results from the EUEPiN project, which is being run by Dr. Temitope. And this project is one of the 4 seed grants that AFIDEP has provided for leading researchers across Africa, for them to be able to play a key role in promoting and supporting the use of evidence in decision making. And we've done that because as AFIDEP, we strongly believe in the fact that evidence can change lives, that evidence can make the efforts that we are all making across the continent on addressing poverty and lifting our communities out of poverty, that evidence has a central role to play in those efforts. And that's why we have supported this project. It's part of a bigger program, which is called Evidence Leaders in Africa. And obviously, so Dr. Temitope is really one of our evidence leaders in Africa, who we are supporting and inspiring across the continent for them to play a more central role in ensuring that research and other types of evidence are informing government decisions, are informing government programs. Now, why do we do that? We do that because we know that researchers and government officials, as well as communities, we are all trying to do the same thing. You know, we are all trying to address various development efforts. We are trying to get our communities out of poverty. Researchers are doing that through their research. Governments are doing that through policies and programs, and yet we tend to work in silos. You know, researchers sit in research institutions, in universities, and work there, and government officials sit in the government ministries and work there. Now, what this project has tried to do, which is something that AFIDEP really believes in, is to bridge that gap. You know, to get these two communities to work more closely, to get these two communities to talk. You know, researchers need to understand what is government working on, how can our research fit into what they're working. But importantly, the government officials also need to know what the researchers are working on and see how that can support them in the work that they're doing. So that is why this project is so important to us. As I said, it's among the 4 projects we are funding across the region, which are small seed grants. So some of the work that Dr. Temitope has realized with this work, sometimes I get so amazed of how she has been able to achieve that with a small grant that we have provided her through this work. We are very excited to be part of this dissemination. And we know that the work that she has started, you know, she has only scratched the ground, really. And so we believe that the work that she has started is going to continue, whether it is through funding from AFIDEP or elsewhere, but that it's going to continue informing, you know, and shaping government decisions in the environment sector, of course, in Nigeria and in Lagos, to be more specific. And so even as she conducts this dissemination forum, we believe this is not the end. This is probably the beginning for bigger things to come as far as driving the use of evidence in efforts to tackle, you know, environmental issues in Nigeria, climate issues in Nigeria are concerned. I just want to thank, of course, the Hewlett Foundation, which has provided the money that AFIDEP has used to fund this work and the other interventions we have across the region as far as evidence leaders in Africa is concerned. Of course, I also want to thank the government agencies, the Ministry of Environment, the Ministry of Science and Technology at the state level in Lagos, but also at the federal level, who have partnered with the University of Lagos to facilitate, you know, this project. She couldn't have been able to achieve all she has achieved without the collaboration, you know, of the government agencies of the university. And so we are so grateful, and we hope that this partnership is going to continue, even as we learn today of what she has achieved so far. Thank you so much, and I'm excited, really looking forward to listen on the achievements of this project. Good afternoon. Oh, good morning. Sorry, it's afternoon in East Africa.
Thank you very much. Our project sponsor, Dr. Rose Oronje, the Director of Public Policy and Communications, African Institute for Development Policy, who spoke to us all the way from Nairobi, Kenya. I would have loved to ask you, man, when are you inviting me to Kenya? Don't worry. But I'm sure I'll get that response before the event comes to a halt. Okay, joining us now, virtually to speak to us for some 60 seconds and maybe some little extra time to add to it, the clerk, Federal House of Representative Committee on Environment, Dr. Eric Makwe. Good morning, sir, all the way from Abuja. And how is Honorable Femi Gbajabiamila? Tell him he's doing well.
Thank you so much. Okay, thank you so much. I hope you're hearing me. Are you hearing me?
Yeah.
Okay, I want to personally appreciate the organizers of this meeting on project dissemination information. I want to particularly thank Dr. Temitope Sobami for inviting me. And because I didn't join in time, I wouldn't be able to know all the high dignitaries that are already seated, but I do recognize your presence, and I appreciate your having me to speak, give a brief remark during this meeting. Thank you so very much. All other protocols duly observed. Yes, the Committee on Environment and indeed the House of Rep, being a major sector, delighted, to be part of this meeting. This meeting is also very apt at a time when, a couple of the laws are being reviewed. The House, and particularly the committee, is in the practice of using real-time evidences in shaping policies and in shaping their inputs and opinions in the draft bills that are before the National Assembly. We have agencies of government like NESRA, National Oil Spill Detection and Response Agency, and of course the ministry. And in addition to these agencies, which are daily in the field, doing their work, gathering relevant facts, from the actual happenings on the ground, the committee oversight
Ellis, are you there? Dr. Eric?
means the information
So maybe you should switch off the video and just talk to us via audio. Dr. Eric, can you hear me, sir?
help in shaping decisions that were regulation and enforcement agency act as it were. That happy. A civil society group like you.
Well, are you done, sir? Dr. Macquarie?
Hello, sir.
I can hear you, sir. We lost you for a while.
Okay. I don't know whether you got the brief remark I gave.
No, we lost you for a while. Maybe in 30 seconds, you just quickly recap it, sir.
Okay, again, I want to say all protocols observed and to thank the organizers for inviting the committee to be part of this program. Thank you so very much. And like I said before, I said the committee constitutionally is saddled with responsibility of oversight. And what this means is that when they go for this oversight, they are also in real touch with all the industry stakeholders and analyzes their activities, particularly with respect to compliance with the existing laws in the environmental sector. The oversight has helped the committee to keep in touch and to keep abreast of real evidences of the occurrences of environmental abuses or otherwise in the sector. And this has helped to inform their decisions in making the necessary bills which are being implemented in this particular sector. I also did mention that the committee oversight agencies of government like National Oil Spill Detection and Response Agency, National Environmental Standards Regulation and Enforcement Agency, and other agencies within the sector. And then these agencies, what they do is that in carrying out their activities and mandates, they're interfacing with the people, they're interfacing with the industry stakeholders. And when we oversight this agency, we also get the real fact, the real evidences of what is happening out there in the field. And all these things help the committee in making necessary adjustments to the laws where necessary. And I said on behalf of the committee that we pledge to work together with you, with your association, in advancing the cause of a clean environment, particularly in advancing the cause of Nigerians' commitment towards the Paris Agreement and other such agreements. We will need your facts, we will need your work, and we will work together with you to ensure that our country is bequeathed with a clean, safe, and healthy environment. And I say thank you so very much. I will convey the outcome of this particular meeting when it comes to us, to the committee, and we will work with the outcome, and we will also work with you. Thank you so very much, and God bless.
Thank you very much. Eric Mappy, I would also love to work with you. I want to leave Lagos and come to Abuja. Dr. Mappy, can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm hearing you.
I also want to work with you so I can invite you to Abuja.
No problem, we will, honestly, we will.
I'll be your partner assistant on the environment.
No problem. We'll work together, sir. Thank you so very much. Okay. All right. Okay, thank you. Okay, cheers.
Thank you very much. I always call him my big mentor of Stanford. Very accommodating.
Okay. Thank you, sir. All right.
Founder, second project advisor, my big daddy on campus, professor of ecotoxicology, Professor Adebayo, to please join us on the family. Big daddy on campus, my big benefactor, may God continue to bless his son. Thank you very much. At this juncture, we move swiftly and quickly to the next item, and then it will be the turn of the EUEPiN project lead, the lady who has gotten all sort of accolades from everyone, dynamic, erudite, quintessential, soft-spoken, amiable, delectable, accommodating, and God-fearing. Ladies and gentlemen, the project lead of evidence tools in environmental policy making in Nigeria, the project, to listen to Dr. Temitope Shogamu on the journey so far. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Shane. I want to appreciate everyone who's come here today to support us and partner with us in this journey that indeed we have started. But first, I want to recognize the chief host, who is the Vice Chancellor, University of Lagos, ably represented by the Director, Academic Planning, Professor N.O.C. Shuku. I appreciate it a lot. Thank you very much, sir. I also want to recognize the host, who is with us virtually, Professor Oluwole Fami, the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academics and Research, University of Lagos. I appreciate the co-host as well, Professor Hobo, the Director, Research and Innovation Office, who is ably represented by the Deputy Director of the same office in the person of Dr. Abidemi Akindele. I appreciate our partners, Mrs. Oluwatoyin Agbenla, she's the Zonal Director, Southwest Nigeria Federal Ministry of Environment. Dr. Peter Ekweozo is unable to join us today. He is the Director, Environmental Sciences and Technology Department, Federal Ministry of Science and Technology, as well as the Permanent Secretary, Lagos State Ministry of Environment and Water Resources, Mrs. Belinda Odeno. We appreciate the representative of the special guest of honor, Dr. Ogbonnaya Ono FAS, who is represented by Mr. Ifeobu Ezenwa. Dr. Ogbonnaya Ono is the Honorable Minister, Federal Ministry of Science and Tech. And of course, I appreciate my mentor and one of the key project advisors of this project, Professor Adebayo Otitolochi. I will go straight ahead to, and of course, our various partners who are here, the project participants who started this journey with us in January, and you hear more about them in the course of my presentation, as well as our other stakeholders who have come here as guests, who actually acceded to our invitation to this dissemination meeting. And of course, our virtual participants, we appreciate you, and all those from all over the world who are joining us live on Facebook. My name is Temitope Shogamu, and I'm just going to share in the course of this presentation the journey so far. And indeed, it has been a journey for us, for the project team, indeed for the University of Lagos in the last 1 year when this project was seed funded. But I just want to start with providing a background on how this journey started. And it really started with my own research, and having completed my PhD some 5 years ago, I began to think about what is next, right? And I was really interested in having my research and my work impact society, which is what research really should be. And so in the course of doing that, I began to interact with various networks professionally, and I also am opportune to consult with the Federal Ministry of Environment as a panel review of environmental impact assessment. But apart from that, I belong to several networks, both internationally, regionally, and globally. And it's actually through one of those regional affiliations of the African Academy of Sciences that I was opportune to get the current seed grant for the Evidence Leaders Africa project. I'm also a member of the Nigerian Young Academy, which is a group of young outstanding scholars in Nigeria. I also found out about the International Network of Government Science Advice programs, which also has to do with science advice and translating research to impact society and inform policies. I got involved with CITAC. CITAC is the Society for Environmental Toxicology and Chemistry, and they have an interest group on science communication that started a few years ago. And so on and on. Then last year, I got the African Academy of Sciences Science Advice for Policy Fellowship, which I held at the Federal Institute of Science and Technology in Abuja. And that is actually how the EUEPiN Project indeed was born. And that is why you will see that Federal Ministry of Science and Technology in particular are very passionate about this current project, because it's more or less like their baby. So this project was designed to work with advice from project advisors, and then to work with 3 environmental policymaking institutions in Nigeria, which I've mentioned previously. And of course, we needed funding to be able to take forward this project. And that is where the Hewlett Foundation, through the African Institute for Development Policy, came up to provide seed funding for this project, and also training, which I went several times to Nairobi to do in the course of this project. And essentially, the aim of the project is to provide capacity building, and that's why a lot of what we've done over the past 12 months have been workshops, advocacies, activities, and secondment programs. And then to also institutionalize what we know as evidence-informed decision-making across this policy-making institutions, as well as research institutions in Nigeria. So after that, our objective started off with, we really wanted to understand what is the knowledge of EIDM by evidence users and as well as evidence producers. We needed to know what the needs are, what the priorities were. So we started out with those. We needed to know drivers of research agendas, and then we conducted targeted capacity building workshops following those target interviews. I will talk about them shortly. And today we're going to be inaugurating the community of practice of those who have participated in this project in the last 12 months. So we selected carefully researchers from research institutions, universities, research institutions, non-governmental organizations who work in the environment space, and also professional consulting firms in the area of environment across Southwest Nigeria. And then we also work with nominations of staff, middle to top level staff, from the 3 partner institutions that we work with in this project. So we essentially work with 40 to 50 people so far, although we've had much more here and there in the course of our activity. And you can see the breakdown of the different institutions that we actually have our participants spread across Southwest Nigeria. And we try to have gender balance. So we had about 51% males and about 49% females. And we can also see the distribution of these people across the institutions I've talked about. the project activities designed. And we started off very well with the target interviews and focus group discussions in January, going into February. And in February, we had the EUEPiN inception meeting, which held at the University of Lagos, highly attended. And then COVID hit. Following that, we had a half-day workshop on the same day. And then COVID hit us in March in Nigeria, and we were on lockdown. But the project had to move forward. And that's one thing about we researchers. Most of the time, we're very resilient, particularly those of us who are researchers in Nigeria. And I'm sure you understand what I'm saying. So we had to go ahead. We could not tell the funder that the project would stop because of that. So we converted our plan. The session meeting and workshop was in person. So our planned in-person workshops were transformed into a virtual workshop because the main phase activities were going to move from March to November. So we had the first virtual workshop in July this year for 5 days. Highly engaging and interactive. You see some pictures. We had all our partners joining us, including these top-level government officials joining us, and we had facilitators that we drew from Nigeria as well as across the sub-region in West Africa. In the course of that 5-day workshop, we were able to institute 3 technical work groups based on the research and policy interests of participants, and we'll hear more about that shortly. Also, at that workshop, or following the workshop, we were able to put out a call to provide seed funding to participants who applied to undertake a 4-week secondment. And I'll talk about that as well. So 2 researchers were selected, as well as 1 policy maker. The dissemination phase is where we are now, because this is a 1-year project. And in this dissemination phase, we had the knowledge translation workshop, which held yesterday, blended, it was hybrid. So again, for the first time, we were able to do both a virtual and physical workshop at the same time, which was held at the CITS at the University of Lagos. Some of those participants are here now, and we've been hearing stories about what they've done, even just within the last 24 hours. And then project outcomes is, of course, what I'm currently doing. And then presentations by EUEPiN secondaries will follow immediately after my presentation. And then also at this meeting, we're going to have presentation of an initiative started by one of the project participants as an outflow of this project. And then we're going to talk about the knowledge translation unit, which we've been able to get to take off at the partner institutions, and the environmental evidence synthesis and knowledge translation research cluster at the University of Lagos. And of course, the INSA project. The INSA project came about as a very short grant of about $500, and what that was focused on, I'm going to talk about it, so let me not talk too much before. And of course, we will have the inauguration of the community of practice. So here we have some pictures of these different activities I've talked about, and this is one of the participants, Dr. Chukwu Debelu, who is here during the target interviews in January. And then following that, we had the inception meeting, and this is just a good picture of participants at that inception meeting in the University of Lagos in February. Following that, we have the July workshop, which, like I said, we had 5 facilitators cutting across professionals and experts, researchers from the National Assembly as well, and then a facilitator from the University of Ghana Center for Evidence Synthesis and Policy, who actually joined us to facilitate these various sessions. And this one of the sessions by Professor Neke is an expert, the WHO expert on evidence synthesis in the area of health, and he also involved in environment research. And this is showing Mrs. Odene, who, like I said, also participated fully during this virtual workshop. And then the technical work group that we had set up, we had first technical work group 1, which was focused around environmental health assessment, pollution control, and climate change. And then technical work group 2 was on aquatic and terrestrial biodiversity conservation. And technical work group 3 is on waste management and advocacy. It would interest you to know that within July and now, some of these work groups have actually been active. Work group 3 in particular has applied for 2 grants. And I must say that these work groups are composed of researchers and policymakers across these institutions that I've mentioned earlier on. And their goal really is to promote sound environmental policies through evidence-informed decision-making. And Technical Work Group 1 and 3 at the moment are working with us in collaboration with the Lagos State government to contribute to the draft plastic policy that is being set up by the Lagos State government. And I mean, this just shows the impact and the activities that these technical work groups are already doing as we speak. For the secondment program, we had one policymaker, Mrs. Adebukola Suberu, who is joining us virtually. She'll be presenting her report soon. She's from the Lagos State Ministry of Environment, and she had her own secondment at the University of Lagos. Dr. Olanike Buraimo is an environmental microbiologist from the University of Lagos who undertook a secondment at the Federal Ministry of Environment Lagos Zonal Office. And then we have Mrs. Ngozi Ogugua from Nigerian Institute for Oceanography and Marine Research, who undertook a secondment at the Lagos State Ministry of Environment. You'll hear more about their work in the course of their presentation, so I would like not to belabor you. But just to say that we have a lot of recommendations from both the host and the secondees themselves, which focus around visibility of policies to various stakeholders, strengthening environmental advocacy, conducting more of original research, establishing advisory teams like what we have, and then sustaining the secondment program, which was at the time only for 4 weeks. And these are just pictures of participants during their secondment activities. This first picture has Dr. Buraimo, who's standing there in blue, conducting his seminar to staff at the Federal Ministry of Environment. And here in this picture is Mrs. Suberu, standing with the director, Dr. Amoda, at the Research and Innovation Office in UNILAG, and one of the staff, Dr. Okun. And here we have Mrs. Ngozi Ogugua. Here we were visiting as the EUEPiN Project team just to support and see what they're doing. And here she is. She was actually stationed to work with the permanent secretary. So she had the opportunity to work with her office for 4 weeks, and she'll be sharing more about that. And this is her again at Dissemination meeting at the ministry. Further about the EUEPiN project, we went ahead to, in order to institutionalize this project and sustain it, to apply to set up an environmental evidence synthesis and knowledge translation research cluster at the University of Lagos. And we are very happy to report that we've got an interim approval for that research cluster. And the focus really will be on capacity building, evidence generation, production, and dissemination of high-quality environmental evidence to guide decision-making in Nigeria's environmental space. The KTUs, that's the knowledge translation units, are also a very key achievement of this project. Again, to institutionalize and sustain this initiative, and we've been able to get this to happen at each of the 3 partner institutions. So we have right here in our midst, either in person or virtually, nominees, about at least 5 from those institutions who are already set up as co-staff of that knowledge translation unit. And their objective really is to promote the mainstreaming of best available scientific evidence and in contact with contextual factors to inform environmental policy and practice in Nigeria. And I must say that in discussing this with the funders, Dr. Brunge particularly, this is actually one of the innovative work, particularly in the area of environment across the continent, because this is not something that is known or seen, particularly in government institutions. And they're very happy to support us in any way. And so they're they're providing technical support in the course of our activities and collaboration with the KTUs, together with the EESKT at the University of Lagos. Again, the INSAT project, like I mentioned, came about somewhat in connection with the EUEPiN project. And the aim specifically was to investigate the capacity of researchers at the University of Lagos who work in the environment space to disseminate scientific advice to government environmental policy making institutions in Nigeria. And we've conducted that research just to show some of the highlights of what we received in terms of responses from researchers at the University of Lagos. One of which was that there's actually science advice capacity amongst researchers, and they just lack opportunities to engage with the policymakers. This was one of the points by the researchers. Another was that there is indeed need for more capacity building in disseminating evidence to policymakers, informs that these policymakers can easily assess them and utilize them. And this was particularly recommended for early to middle career researchers. Again, researcher visibility and dissemination of activities to various publics was recommended. And the University of Lagos Consult and Research and Innovation Office were particularly identified as potential liaisons to facilitate this engagement of researchers with industry and policymakers. And I'm very happy that the both offices that are here have actually been facilitating this. The consult in the person of Professor Titoloju is the current managing director, and the Research and Innovation Office in the person of Professor Obo, and indeed the entire R&I team. Responded also recommended institutionalizing secondments or sabbaticals by researchers to policymaking institutions. Also to further engage our participants, we engage in external engagements across beyond Africa. So we had participants participate in webinars by the Collaboration for Environmental Evidence, who are based in Canada. We also had participants engage in webinar, the 2020 Evidence Leaders Africa Virtual Conference. And then we also had participants engage in a webinar on systematic review and meta-analysis by AFIDEM in the course of this project. I'm happy to inform us that one of our facilitators who is here with us online, Dr. Danso Apia, would be scheduling participants for a 1-week systematic reviews workshop in the first quarter of next year. Dr. Danso Apia is the Director, University of Ghana, Center for Evidence Synthesis and Policy. The EUEPiN project was also able to develop and host a website where we actually have a lot of the resources from all the activities that I've talked about in the last 1 year. And this is just a screenshot of what the website looks like. There's an About Us page. There's a page where you actually have information about the technical work groups. There's also a page where you have the projects that we're doing at the moment. The INSA project is part of that. And then we also have under news and events, feedback, videos, and slides from all the capacity building workshops that we've held in the last 1 year. So participants who were unable to join us or who were not selected, and so the part of the team can actually have access to all of this information for free, hosted by the University of Lagos. We also have on that website the EIDM Community of Practice database, which I will show us in the next slide. And this is what it looks like. This database, essentially, if you go to policymakers, you are able to click or see the policymakers who have been part of this project, who have now become part of the community of practice in the area of EIDM in Nigeria. And then the researchers also have information about each of them. You can get their bio, you can get their email, you can get their research area. Very useful resource that we recommend, again, to further sustain this work. We also opened 2 social media pages to disseminate what we're doing and to make this initiative more visible to the world. And so this is the EUEPiN social media link. We encourage you to follow us at EUE_PI on Twitter. We are very active. You can see we have about 38 followers, and some of those followers are not even Africans or Nigerians. And then we also have a YouTube page, which is where we are actually live streaming this event at the moment. And you can just see down there some of the videos from the capacity building workshops we've had that we've uploaded, and a lot of people have been accessing it. We've had so many views in the course of the past 1 year. Just to say that you can partner with the EUEPiN project, even though our current seed funding is ending. And so you can contact me. I'm an environmental toxicology. I lecture at the University of Lagos, Faculty of Science, Department of Zoology. And we also have an email address, eupin@unlab.edu.ng. You can call us and you can visit our website. So to assess the impact of the activities we've had on the course of the last 1 year, I mean, participants will generally tell you that we've really inundated them. But like I told them at the workshop yesterday, a lot of the activities they've been privileged to be part of is something that they will probably pay through their nose to do, if not that we got funding for this project. So it just shows what funding can do to support capacity amongst researchers in Nigeria and indeed globally. So before the workshop, respondents or participants say, you can see that they had not too good information or graphs about evidence use or environmental evidence-informed decision making. And you can see the sharp move from very adequate to adequate information or graphs of EIDM amongst our participants. This was at this follow-up survey in October. And I mean, we did another survey yesterday, and we're very happy that we got more feedback. And so from that survey, we see an increase of about 65%. Permit me as a researcher, we always talk in numbers. About 65% after the EUEPiN capacity building workshop of knowledge gained by participants. And these are just sharing some of their thoughts. Somebody said he started a systematic review on waste, plastics, and management. Another person said they're working on 2 stories centered on better management of Lagos on-site and issues, e-waste. And then another person said they are already collaborating with one of our partners on health risk assessment of groundwater quality in Lagos. And finally, just to say that in our experience, what we've learned is that indeed there is an urgent and high demand for evidence by policymakers. And I'm sure we've seen that, particularly participants at our workshop yesterday. For instance, we were invited by the Lagos State government to be part of the stakeholder meeting for the draft plastic policy in Lagos. And we're just supposed to show how government is now responding in appreciating how researchers can contribute and indeed mainstream their evidence into decision making. And also in during the COVID-19 pandemic, the University of Lagos, through the University Consult, was also able to provide advisory to various topics on COVID-19, which was indeed well appreciated. There's also an interest and gap in capacity in the area of EIDM, and especially in environmental sciences. In fact, when we were recruiting facilitators for the different workshops, a lot of our facilitators were working in health sciences. So indeed, we need more people, and that's why we are training these cohorts, inaugural cohorts of participants who we trust and want to encourage to start their own initiatives across board. We have participants from the University of Ibadan, and then one of our advisors, Professor Adeyemo, is the Deputy Vice Chancellor of Academics, Research, Strategic Partnership, and Innovation. They're actually there, and one of the reasons why they're part of this project is to see how they can actually set up something like that at the University of Ibadan. We also have participants from the University of Agriculture at Abeokuta who have actually started something for them to join us at today's meeting. The secondment programs were particularly an eye-opener, and I don't want to let the cat out of the bag. The secondaries will talk more about this in the course of their presentations. There is indeed a major barrier to EIDM in Nigeria, and that major barrier is indeed the communication gap between producers and policymakers. There is lack of partnership or collaboration. In the course of the past 1 year, and indeed prior to this, I have had the opportunity to collaborate with government because I move out of my space. I don't stay in the University of Lagos all the time and just write papers. I try to engage with policymakers and see how my research can contribute. And indeed, they also come to connect with me. I mean, that's how I get to sometimes be invited to be part of panel reviews. So that engagement must continue and somebody must take the lead. We researchers must come down from our high horse and actually try to initiate this partnership and vice versa. And of course, this lack of partnership is a major limitation to having environmental evidence production and utilization. And we need contextualized capacity building. Contextualized in the sense that within our space that understands the landscape in Nigeria for environmental evidence synthesis, And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you very much. First, the project funder, the Hewlett Foundation, in the US, through the African Institute for Development Policy in collaboration with the African Academy of Sciences. I want to appreciate our project partners who have been fantastic. I always tell them, without you, we cannot have the EUEPiN projects. So please, can we give a round of applause to our project partners? Thank you very much, Dr. Epeozo. Dr. Epeozo particularly, you can call me late at night. There's something we need to talk to the minister about. We need to talk to, that sometimes I was like, he's even carrying this thing more than me. But this is the impact that cooperation and partnership can have and to a project. I really want to thank them a lot. We also want to thank, of course, the University of Lagos, who provided the platform for me to be able to do this project. The university website is hosted by the University of Lagos, and that gives this a lot of credibility, a lot of credence, and a lot of visibility. So we want to thank you very much, sir, and for providing the platform for me to be able to talk about this project and do more. And we also want to thank the project advisors. I want to thank you very much, sir. Professor Otitoloju has been my mentor for the last 20 years, thereabouts. And I want to thank you very much, sir, for your constant support. I want to thank Professor Adeyemo. She's unable to join us because she's in the US, and at the moment it's very late at night. But she's been a pillar of support. Professor Adeyemo is a fellow of the African Academy of Sciences, a fellow of the Nigerian Academy of Sciences, and of course a fellow of various, I can say it on and on. But thank you very much, ma'am. And of course, Dr. Peter Epeozo, MNI. The only reason why he did not fly in from Abuja today is because he's actually on sick bed. He's that passionate about this project. So I really want to thank you very much, sir. And of course, I want to thank the International Network for Government Science Advice, who was represented today by the chairman, INSA Africa. Of course, Dr. Richard Glover is unable to join us, but these are people who have been engaging and interacting with in the course of the project. Thank you very much for your attention.
Well, Dr. Temitope, EUEPiN project lead, that was apt, that was detailed. When I grow up, I want to be like him. Please let's give a round of applause. More power to your elbow, very passionate about what she does. And of course, she said quite a lot, and I've learned also. Very quickly and swiftly, there's a EUEPiN project outputs and outcomes. We have some of them joining us online, and we have some present here. And it's going to be presentations by EUEPiN Secondment awardees. To join us first online, Dr. Olanike Brimo, secondee to FMEND from University of Lagos, and I've been told that we got 5 minutes and then 2 minutes of extra time, like the referee will graciously give you. Is she there? And I see her, and I've been told that your time starts now.
Okay, thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. It's nice to be in your midst. I want to thank EUEPiN for this great opportunity. Can I share my screen? Can I share my screen, please?
Yes, you can.
Okay, yes, so she should unshare her screen. Can you see it?
We are doing for you.
I have shared my screen. Please, can you see it?
We are here to.
Okay, have Dr. Shogbamu unshared? Okay. So please, can you see it now?
We can see it now.
Okay, thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. Good afternoon, wherever you are joining this presentation from. And please permit me to stand on the existing protocol to save time. So I had my EUEPiN secondment at the Federal Ministry of Environment, Lagos Zonal Office. I started on the 31st of August. I extended for 5 months. And my main mandate at the Federal Ministry of Environment is to work with the policymakers at the FME, to develop community knowledge broking, to bridge the gap between the academic researchers and the policymakers. So I was warmly welcomed by the controller, Mrs. Agbenla, and she made the Federal Ministry of Environment a home from home for me. She tried to brief me about the vision, the mission, and the mandates of Federal Ministry of Environment. She also introduced the various agencies, especially the ones at Lagos, the NESDRA, the NOSDRA, and the Forest Research Institute of Nigeria. It was quite a formal period because they actually had a work scheduled for me, which we followed strictly. I was introduced to various departments by Mrs. Victoria Paul. She kindly took me through the various departments in Lagos Zonal Office, and she also tried to explain the activities that goes on within each of the departments. She tried to explain the general functions that goes on in each of the departments. And then I move on to the environmental assessment department. Mrs. Falaye tried to explain what they do in the environmental assessment department. Basically, the procedures in EIA indicate process of conception of a project from its conception to the commissioning in order to ensure the project is implemented with maximum consideration for the environment. Although they tried to preserve the environment, but they also try to encourage those who are trying to commission projects to be sustained so that the economic nature of Nigeria will be viable. Although we had challenges with COVID-19, we still tried as much as possible to go ahead with the project. So because of the COVID, we could not really go out to do physical inspection, but as much as possible, I joined them in the impact mitigation and monitoring enforcement for a proposed project at Surulere, where they manufacture alcoholic beverage. Also, Mrs. Ibitayo Abimbola took me through the forestry department, their mandates, the various divisions, and the different activities going on in that department was kindly explained by her. Then I tried to share my knowledge with the policymakers, and my first presentation was on transition towards a circular economy within environmental and social boundaries. So I allowed them to note that over 70% of the UN SDGs contained targets with a direct link on waste and resource management, and that we are still lacking behind in Nigeria, and we have just 10 years to catch up. So I tried to explain the concept and theories behind circular economy. The linear economy, the circular economy was explained, and I dwelt on biological aspects of circular economy as it concerned my own knowledge. I gave the requirement for circular economy to be sustained In essence, I said there must be a deliberate, well-planned and sustainable collaboration, as no one person can do it all. So the evidence providers, which are the academias and the researchers, the policymakers, the NGOs, we all have role to play. There must be collaboration, as has been emphasized in this talk today. So we also talked about some other topics during presentations. We looked at the environmental challenges in Nigeria, how we can recover resources and how we can manage them, and the use of microorganisms to recover waste. I shared some of the work I have done to encourage the policymakers that it is actually possible to use evidences that is obtained in the academia to, to make policy or to derive policy for Nigeria in the area of environment. So I shared some of my work and some of my knowledge with the policymakers. These are just excerpts from the presentation during my discussion, the cross-section of attendees. Then I made a presentation on the sources of scientific evidence, because I know that policymakers find it hard to obtain evidences, because we scientists, we tend to stay more in our own corner in our campuses. We are not coming out to reach out to them. And sometimes they don't understand our evidences, but I try to highlight how they can obtain evidences. And these are some of the sources of evidences that I try to explain to them. We had a lot of take-home, one of which academia, scientists, researchers must gather evidences. We must continue to gather evidences, irrespective of whatever is happening. And policymakers must integrate environmental and social benefits, and not just economic benefits alone, because we observed as researchers that if the policymakers don't see anything that will bring in money to them, they don't want to key in or buy into the idea. Then I also emphasize the fact that there must be interdisciplinary collaboration, as no single entity can do it all. We had another training on the basic components of a proposal, because the scientists, the policymakers in FME actually demanded that I teach them about proposal writing. So we had a training on the basic components of a proposal, and I have encouraged each and every one of them to try to draft a proposal that I'm prepared to help them review the proposals. So I'm still waiting for this proposal to start rolling in. So I trained using various examples, using proposal from states. For example, I used the last week proposal, how they can get around writing and winning proposal. Then the federal government, I used the example of the TED Fund. International, I used example of the TOAS DFG, the FLAIR, and the Basel. And I also gave them various examples of the different essays that can come up during the process of proposal writing and how they can actually handle it. Okay, so I moved on to NESRA, the National Environmental Standards and Regulation Enforcement Agency. At that time, because of the COVID, they were not really going out. And I got there towards the end of my program, but I discussed with the director, Dr. Otito Logbo. He welcomed me very well, and we had a very fruitful discussion along with Mrs. Martha Akinola Kotun and Ndere Tolofari. So we discussed the main objective, including regulation enforcement, and I taught them on how to improve upon the process. And collaboration is on. I was told that in January, I could join them anytime during the inspection. So we are on. I went on to the National Oil Spill Detection Response Agency, the NOSDRA, and Mr. Olisa Mbanefo welcomed me very well. The orientation was carried out by Mr. Adamu Paul. I visited some of the oil facilities in Apapa, including the MRS oil facility, the Techno Oil Limited, and the Chisco Energy. This is some of the activity at the MRS facility. I learned how to inspect the product pump station, the oil water separator, and how it affects the environment. I checked the expiring date of the fire extinguisher. I checked the gantry and all that. I put it all together, and we still have plan to continue, but I had observations and my recommendation. There's lack of functional laboratory at FME, as big as it is, and so they rely mostly on reports from some laboratory outside. Even though these laboratories have been inspected and recommended, they still need to be checked. And I observed that there's a bit of lack of synergy between Federal Ministry of Environment and the agencies. They need to work on this. We are open for collaboration. We have different groups which I have listed, and we are ready to assist the policymakers anytime they need our assistance. So yeah, I appreciate everybody concerned. Thank you very much for listening. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Time is not our friend, so we stop to the time allotted to each presenter. That was Dr. Lanik Ibrahimo, secondly to FMENV from the University of Lagos. But before I call on the next person who is here with us presently, I mean, not being asked virtually, I'd like to respectfully invite to this other side of the table the representative of the Lagos State House of Assembly Committee on Environment, the chairman, and I'm talking about Honorable Desmond Elliott, who is ably represented here by Mr. Ademaja Abayomi Smith. A round of applause as we make the video. Thank you very much. Representing Honorable Desmond Elliott. So we quickly call on Mrs. Ngozi Ogugwa, secondly to LSM OEWR from Naoma. She's here presently, and then she'll be doing her presentation. A round of applause for her. And of course, 5 minutes of presentation and 2 minutes of wrap-up. A round of applause for her once again.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Mrs. Ngozi Ogugwa. I'm a researcher with Nigerian Institute for Oceanography and Marine Research, Lagos. I was sent, okay, my name is Ngozi Ogugwa. I'm a researcher with Nigerian Institute for Oceanography and Marine Research, Lagos. I did my secondment at the Lagos State Ministry of Environment and Water Resources. I was actually posted to the office of the Permanent Secretary, Mrs. Odeneye. Okay, so the secondment lasted for 4 weeks. Next slide, please. Okay, it was 4 weeks, and the primary aim was for me to work with policymakers and understudy how policies are made and find out the evidence that they need from us researchers to make their work better. Next slide, please. So the objectives, as I said, exchange for demand-driven research, the collaboration, and partner with the policy-making institutions. Next slide, please. So the methodology, we engaged with discussions, with the management, with the heads of different units, and participated in different stakeholder meetings. Luckily for me, as I said, I was attached to the office of the Permanent Secretary, and the Permanent Secretary was a big mentor. So anywhere she was going, she took me with her. She introduced me to all the unit heads and told them to make sure that they all cooperate with me, and they all cooperated very well with me. And I took part in a lot of policy making meetings, participated in because they are trying to have a policy in plastic waste management. I participated very well in the meetings. We went for this next slide, please. So the issues that were addressed were, what evidence do they use in creating laws and policies? They said the data, they need data. Data is needed from researchers. So please, if you're a researcher here, please always carry out demand-driven data, original or demand-driven research. So you can generate data for the policymakers, they need it. Then strong policies should be put in place before laws are enacted. Because if the policies are adopted, when the laws are made, the laws can be adopted, nobody will come and start questioning the laws or flouting the laws. Then, how often are the policies updated? They said the policies are updated every 5 years. Next slide, please. So the issues, so I now ask them, okay, as I come from a marine research institute, because you have to, whatever you're going to do, we have to relate to what you are researching on. What evidence do they need from us that we work in the Marine Research Institute? So these were some of the things they said they needed. They said they needed evidence or data on monitoring sea level rise and its impact and mitigation, monitoring saltwater intrusion, and its impact on biodiversity, and so many other things. They need baseline study of the wetlands, review of the 2009 wetland report, e-waste management. They need information on all this. So we need to work on this so we'll be able to give the policymakers the correct information that they need. Next slide, please. So these are some of the pictures taken during the stakeholder meetings I attended. The first one was at the Lagos State Climate Change Risk Assessment Stakeholders Meeting. There they were talking about how to mitigate climate change. And I noticed there was some things I learned there. When you're talking to people, the way you communicate matters. Like the language, you have to tailor your language towards your audience. You're talking to a scientific audience, you use scientific language, they will understand. You're talking to everybody, you have to step down. Then when we were there were a lot of, the audience was kind of mixed. So we had to step it down lower. Some of the scientists there were saying talking in scientific language, and of course they weren't communicating. So when I came there, I now broke it down. And I saw that they now understood what we were saying. And sometimes the language matters. You go to some places, you have to speak their local language for them to understand. Then this other one was a picture we took at the launch of Loma Academy. Next slide, please. So some of the outcomes were that we had created partnerships and linkages with the ministry and my institute, that's Nigerian Institute for Oceanography and Marine Research. Some of my colleagues came visiting, and in my institute, we have different departments. So people have their own different research groups. So what I did there was that I invited the people from there and I linked them up with the different units. So now collaboration is not, you won't go there and just be just on your own. No, you are representing your organization. So if your organization gets collaboration, you are getting. Everybody will be happy. So when you go, they will say, yes, you brought something good. The government will be happy. Everybody will be happy. Research is happening. Policy is being achieved. So here we went for the beach cleanup. My institute, Ocean Conservancy, and some NGOs were involved in the cleanup. Then these are some consultations with some of the network collaborations being built now. Next slide, please. And okay, these are some of the unit heads that I spoke with. And when Dr. Shobamu came, we spoke with the permanent secretary and talked about the EUEPiN project, talked about taking it to the next level. Next slide, please. Yes, then I had a dissemination meeting at the end of the 4 weeks secondment. At the end of the secondment, we now requested for the project for it to continue, for the ministry to incorporate such into their every year. People will now go and do secondment to undertake the same secondment to learn how policy is being made. So they will become better researchers, form collaborative groups. So the work will now go smoothlessly, not the one that you will now build the people that the community of practitioners, right? Yes. That once you need evidence, you need information, you have them. You won't be like, hey, I need information on this. Who do I call? You now have a network. You have those people that you can call, and they will come in and they will help you and do whatever. Write whatever policy you want to write, get the evidence that you need. So I thank the EUEPiN Project for this exposure. I thank Neoma for giving me the opportunity to undertake the secondment, and I thank the Lagos State Ministry of Environment and Water Resources, especially the permanent secretary, for opening her network, her office, and everything for me to key into the project and make the project a very smooth one for me. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Ngozi Ogugwa. Very quickly, we move to the next presenter. Joining us online. Secondly, to UNILAG from LSMOEWR. Is she online now?
Yes.
Okay, Ms. Adebula, you got 7 minutes to do whatever you want to do. Thank you very much. We are appreciative of you joining us.
Good morning, everyone. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, EUEPiN, for this opportunity. My name is Adibukola Suberu from the Lagos State Ministry of Environment and Water Resources. I did my secondment at the Research and Innovation Office of the University of Lagos in September, between 21st of September to 21st of August to 25th of September. And it was really a great learning experience for me.
Please hear me. Please, Mark, can you please put your presentation on full screen, Mark?
Okay.
So you can go ahead with your presentation after doing that now. Or can we share it for you? Which one do you prefer? Doing it from your end or we doing it from this end?
Yes. Okay.
Do you want us to do it from this end?
Okay, I can. Let me start video. Okay, sorry about that.
Okay.
Can I share my screen now?
Yes, you can.
Okay, thank you.
question.
Can you view my screen now?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Once again, my name is Adebukola Suberu. Thank you, EUEPiN, for this opportunity. I did my secondment at the Research and Innovation Office of the University of Lagos.
Mrs. Suberu. Mrs. Suberu.
Hello?
Yeah, please, can we share your screen for you? Because all your notes are being shown to us now. We can't see the main.
Okay, you can share my screen from your hand. Thank you.
You need to stop sharing.
You just start sharing from your end with my end.
Okay. I've stopped sharing my screen.
Don't
Okay.
So you can go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. So I started my secondment program at the Research and Innovation Office in August, and it ended for 4 weeks. It ended in September. During the 4-week secondment, I was opportune to meet over 40 researchers and to discuss area of possible collaboration and networking between the Lagos State Ministry of Environment and Water Resources and the researchers in the University of Lagos on my key special interest, which is wetland biodiversity conservation. And it was a great learning opportunity for me at the Research and Innovation Office. I want to say a big thank you to the Director of Research and Innovation Office, Professor Bola Obo. She was very, very supportive, and the other directors as well. I want to say a big thank you to them. Also, Professor Chukwu, I would like to say a big thank you to Professor Chukwu, very supportive, and the opportunity to meet different researchers that were working specifically on my area of interest, which is largely on endangered species protection and wetland conservation in Lagos State. The next slide, please. So the interaction was, because of the COVID-19 incident, the interaction was virtual with about like I said, over 40 researchers, taking deep interest because it's multidisciplinary, taking interest and wanting to know what the government expects from researchers in terms of evidence that they should be producing. So I took them back to the agenda, the developmental agenda of the Lagos State government, the Lagos State government concerning, the aligning their goals and tagging it the team's agenda and aligning this developmental goal with this SDG goals. So it was the main focus for me, so that they would know the direction that the Lagos State government was going in, so that they can, whatever research evidence they're going to produce will be in line with our development goals. So the team's agendas are the T, traffic management and transportation, H, health and environment, E, education and technology, making Lagos a 21st century city, E, entertainment and tourism, S, security and governance. I focus on health and environment, specifically environment. And I highlighted the SDG goals attached to health and environment, which is goal 3, health and well-being, clean water and sanitation, 6, 11, sustainable cities and community, 12, responsible consumption and production, 13, climate action, 14, life below water and life on land. These were things that, this is the areas that would want, researcher in the area of my interest that we want researchers to look into, most especially like maybe we're looking for research evidence to start a project or a program in line with endangered species protection. And we know that a lot of researchers have worked on this. So we were like, a lot of researchers came up with, researchers that have been, researching on this specific area, most especially sea turtle and manatee. The evidence that we got was awesome. It was during the program through Professor Lucas Chukwu, and I can tell you, it was a great learning experience for me. So there's no need to there's no need to reinvent the wheel. There are people who have worked on this, and all we need to do is turn this evidence into project initiative and program that would impact the common man, the community in the states, and that will take our state to the next level in line with the team's agenda of the Lagos state government. So the lesson learned, it was the challenge at first was the first day there was low turnout, basically because the awareness was not. It was the first day, and the turnout was a bit small because of awareness. But subsequently, we had 23 in our Zoom meeting. A lot of researchers. At the end of the day, we had in total in Hall, we had 45 researchers that are interested in collaborating with the Lagos state government and all our different projects and program initiatives that the Lagos state government are interested, in pursuing and going with. So at the next slide, please. So basically my recommendation is for the research institute is to adopt the secondment program as an annual or biannual internship program that would provide a platform for more policymakers to gain experience in EIPM, in evidence-informed policy making decision. So it's something that we need, the collaboration, the formal and the informal collaboration, so that we can build trust. Because we need to build trust between one another, the policymaker, the researcher, so that we can trust. It's from a level of trust that we'll be able to collaborate, network, and be able to participate in each other's program and come up with different projects and programs that researchers and policymaker would benefit from. To also support initiatives to set up a synthesis knowledge program. Support initiatives to set up synthesis knowledge translation units at the university, strengthen collaboration. I've spoken about strengthening collaboration and partnership, and so continue further discussion. Like Dr. Shogbamu said, there's still ongoing engagement, discussion with the Lagos State Ministry of Environment and Water Resources on how the areas of collaboration and partnership identified during the secondment program, which is a welcome development for the EUEPiN project. And I'm glad to be part of it. So the recommendation that I made for my own policy making institute, the Lagos State Ministry of Environment and Water Resources, to provide capacity training for staff in knowledge exchange by adopting the secondment program as an annual or biannual internship program that will provide a platform for more policy makers to gain experience. Also, to collaborate with research institute to strengthen knowledge exchange. Knowledge exchange is very, very key. It makes our work easier. We don't need to reinvent the wheel or do something or research in areas that people had already researched on, and they have evidence that we can use to start our projects and programs. Also to continue further discussion with the research institution, the UNILAG, on the area of collaboration. Like I said, also, this is ongoing. There's the engagement, they're still engaging, they're still talking. Thank you very, very much. I want to appreciate the permanent secretary of the Ministry of Environment and Water Resources, Lagos State, and the management team of the Ministry of Environment for the opportunity to spend the 4-week secondment at the University of Lagos. I also would like to say a big thank you to my supervisor, Mr. Savage and Mrs. Banire as well, for your support, for your understanding. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, we're pressed for time. We don't want to keep people waiting. Time is fast spent. The last person that would be speaking to us on outputs and outcomes, EUEPiN Project participant EIDM presentation, NASATEM FMSD, Dr. Rahila Wakawa. Dr. Wakawa, if you are listening to me, we are allotting 7 minutes to you, and then maybe 5 minutes of a presentation, and then 2 minutes of the wrap up. Dr. Wakawa, please, are you there? Dr. Wakawa, are you there? Dr. Wakawa, are you listening to me? Dr. Wakawa?
Yes.
Please, ma'am, I'd like to appeal to you that just 7 minutes maximum, 5 minutes presentation, 2 minutes wrap up, and your time starts now. Please share your presentation at full screen. We started timing you.
Thank you. Can you share my screen, please?
Okay, what I was doing for you, okay, can you start 5 minutes presentation, 2 minutes wrap up? At exactly 7 minutes, I'm going to stop you, man. Can you please go ahead, Dr. Wakawa?
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hello, how's I hope? Hello.
Hi, you are audible.
Fine. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you. This is Rahila Wakawa from National Center of Technology Management, an agency of the Federal Ministry of Science and Technology, Abuja office. Before you is a presentation of the knowledge acquired through the EUEPiN project. Has been very well attended as a participant, and I feel I should share the outcomes and deliverables from this project. Hello? Hello? Good. Oh, fine. I have on the screen, as you can see, the capacity build, especially in the area of what is evidence-informed policy making, identification of evidence for policy making. Yes. The summary research evidence, and preparing policy briefs, especially what we treated yesterday, and much more at the beginning of this project. With this, I also want to share that my exposure to EUEPiN Project and the full participation as a participant has helped me to have the discussion on the district research evidence for policy making enhance my my field in research and policy making. It also enhances collaboration. You can see we now collaborate with many other policymakers and other researchers. By this, we build a strong collaboration that has helped us, in fact, to perform very well, particularly in my agency. I also want to mention this, that the importance of social media to researchers and policymakers, which has enhanced my skill in research and policy making. You can also agree with me that the politics of policy making, which attracted participants' interest and resulted in an extensive interaction during one of the workshops, has helped many, including myself. It has also created better visibility, manpower analysis, power interferences, and how to manage and carry people along in policy making. This is very important, especially to my organization, National Center for Technology Management, with the mandate of policy making, policy review, and research. Training also one of our mandates. With this, I said we have learned enough and have started sharing the knowledge with the staff of National Center of Technology Management, of which with this, I can assure you that one of our programs for tomorrow coming up is to share and disseminate the EUEPiN outcomes. Hello? Hello? Oh, good. I should continue. Evidence for knowledge translation. Can you hear me? Hello? Good. Good. So in overall, this knowledge sharing has led to a review, which I came up with right from January when we started this project down to December now. I came up with a review on this topic, evidence-informed policy and making for sustainable development. And I want to investigate the research climate advice nexus. I carried out this review with a very good intention of coming up with an empirical work on it. But let's see the review. What did the review say about evidence-informed policy making? What it is, what I've learned from the project, and what the review or other researchers has come up with. Are they actually related? Do we need evidence for policy making? Do we need research findings before a policy is made? What happened to our policy? And the last review, and now the current ongoing SDI policy in particular. Let's go to the next slide, please. Good. So the evidence determines success or failure of a policy, as we have all learned. So it involves rigorously establish objective knowledge using framework to denote the institutional mechanism to introduce into the policy process. We have learned and we have this before us as a review supported by other researchers. And it can directly from data or experts even advise through policy research and analysis. When we look at the evidence, the next slide, please. Next slide, please, media. Good. So when we look at this, we will note that there is consensus between researchers and policymakers. There is consensus among researchers and policymakers that STI is pivotal to development. Without science and technology and any innovation put in place, definitely the researchers will come up with something that the policymakers may not value. And if policymakers will not use an evidence or a finding from an evidence research carried out, it means the policy is not to be reliable. When we look at the role of science and technology, an engine of development, it has been globally recognized. So it increases the efficiency of production systems and enhances industrial competitiveness. This also, you can agree with me, that it is systematic. When we talk about science and technology or any findings through science and technology, it goes through a systematic procedure. It gives direction, it gives room for planning, it gives room for decision making, it gives room for policy decision. But what gives a nation competitive edge is what it knows, what it uses, and how fast it can learn new things. This is supposed to be one of the things that our country should consider. Research findings have revealed this. What can we say about it? Now, if we look at S&T for evidence, we say to effectively utilize S&T for evidence-informed policy and enjoy the accompanying benefits for sustainable development, it is important to properly now look at our STI and the policymakers' capabilities in order to now come up with a good policy. I'm placing emphasis on STI policy because NASATEM is right now in the process of a review of the STI policy, which was carried out, or the last review, which took place in 2012, supervised and managed by NASATEM. Presently, the DG of NASATEM is the one. Reviews that have been compiled together, but is linked to EUEPiN outcomes. Because of the knowledge I acquired from EUEPiN Project, it's now channeled me to come up with this review and to actually plan towards having an empirical research on this review and see what the data will say. And yes, anything between any relationship, any need to come up with a research finding before a policy is being made. Next slide, please.
That's about 2 minutes left.
Sorry?
That's about 2 minutes left to wrap up.
Yes, the next slide. I'm rounding up. Thank you. Yes, so the evidence-informed decision-making and climate-smart policy. When we look at it, climate-smart policy is a policy that, if adopted, definitely it will affect our production, food security, income, and many other things. Can we go to the last few slides, please, media? Media, please, to the last. Good. The national policy coherence and enabling environment. This is a framework that is encouraged that Nigeria should adopt. Then research evidence policy nexus. When you look at it, you understand that there is need to adapt and come up with a CSA, as climate smart agriculture policy, so that the new technologies in taking care of our policy of our climate and agriculture for productivity will show. Sorry, thank you, media. Can you read the, very good. Can you go down to all these images? Agriculture is a source and sink of climate greenhouse gases. So when we look at it using agriculture, we come up with a clean services that climate smart agriculture can provide. We will end up with a very good and handsome environment. Thank you very much for the brief presentation.
Thank you so very much, Dr. Rahila Wakawa, NASTEM FMSD in Abuja, for that amazing presentation. Now we're done with project outputs and outcomes. Prior to this period, there was supposed to be a session where the chairman of Assembly Committee on Environment, I don't know if he is still active, Honorable Desmond Elliott, is the guest of honor. Unfortunately, he's unavoidably absent, but he's got an able representative in Mr. Alomaja Apayomi Smith. Maybe he will be the one to tell us, maybe your guy is still acting. You know, even when you are in the Lagos State House of Assembly, some of the things they sometimes I say that they act soon. So God bless Nigeria. So Mr. Alomaja, over to you, sir.
All right, thank you very much. By the special grace of God, my guy is still very much active. He's still the chairman committee on environment, Lagos State House of Assembly. Mr. Chairman, the government functionaries and policymakers, the researchers here present, the media, funders, regionals and national academics, industry representatives, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen. Saying that man is a product of the environment and that the environment is an integral part of man might not be a gainsaying. That's why there's need for policy to be made so as to promote the appropriate use of the environment, so as to promote the appropriate use of the natural resource of the environment. I might not be a fortune teller, but there are several evidences showing that part of the challenges of man happens to be the quality of air, the climatic change, the use of several chemicals, and the use of water resources available to man. And that's why there are needs for policies to be made so as to transform these various aspects of man and also to bring about solution to these several problems. Part of it and many more, I believe, is the essence for this gathering. While I came in, I listened to several researches that were being presented by several researchers, and we discovered that solutions were being provided, and this being what I would call a kind of knowledge harvest or information base, which is what we have received. So I want to appreciate each and every one of us on behalf of my Oga, Honorable Desmond Elliott, Chairman, Committee on Environment, Lagos State Assembly. I want to welcome each and every one of us. I want to say thank you so much for being part of this program. Thank you very much.
Mr. Alomaja, you came to deliver a wonderful speech on behalf of your guy at the top. Chairman, Lagos State House of Assembly, Committee on Environment, Honorable Desmond Elliott. Ogano sent you to me.
sent it to everybody.
Everybody there here now, but he must have sent you to me because we go way back and we are from the same constituency in Surulere. Thank you very much. We appreciate you, Mr. Loma Smith. Thank you. Very quickly, I want to respectfully call on once again the EUEPiN Project lead, Dr. Temi Tokwe Shogbamu, to do all these various sessions, presentation of EUEPiN technical work groups, presentation of knowledge transition units, LMOEWR, FMNEMB, Lagos Zonal Office, FMST, presentation of EESKT at Unilag, inauguration of EUEPiN Community of Practice. She's capable, she's competent, she's very reliable, and she will do everything. God bless you.
Thank you very much. Once again, I want to appreciate our distinguished guests on the high table, our partners, our advisors, the participants who are here in person, and of course, the numerous participants who are joining us virtually via the Zoom link as well as live on YouTube. My assignment is hopefully going to be brief, and it is basically to officially inaugurate, or should I say recognize, these various groups, initiatives that have formed part of the outcomes of the EUEPiN project in the last 1 year. And so, ladies and gentlemen, if you would open your books to page 14, and all the way from page 14 up to page 20, those who are joining us virtually have also received the soft copy of this program, and so those pages I'm mentioning will correspond. So on those pages, you actually see the list of researchers who are evidence producers and policymakers, evidence users who make up each of the different technical work groups that have been initiated in the EUEPiN project. What I would like to do now, because I've talked about them in the course of my presentation, is to ask them to please, if they're joining us virtually, to please stand up virtually. I don't know how that will be possible, but please do something for people to recognize you as part of the members of each of the work groups, as I mentioned them. And those of us who are here in-house in person, please, I would like to only request that you stand up and take a bow, because you know yourself. So the first group that I'm going to present, ladies and gentlemen, this afternoon is the technical work group 1, environmental health assessment, pollution control, and climate change. They're made up of 25 members, made up of 13 researchers and about 12 policymakers. If you are here in the house in person, kindly stand up and take a bow. And those of you who are joining virtually, please take a bow virtually. Thank you so much. We appreciate you. Thank you very much. So these are some of the members represented. You can sit down. Thank you very much. And then those taking a bow virtually can sit down as well. Okay, so the next technical work group represented is technical work group 2 on aquatic and terrestrial biodiversity conservation. I beg your pardon, please. The group lead for technical work group 1 is Dr. Oluseyi. She is a senior lecturer at the University of Lagos, and the co-lead is Mr. Atibere Simeon, who is a member of staff at the Federal Ministry of Science and Technology in Abuja. Technical work group 2 is aquatic and terrestrial biodiversity conservation. It is led by Dr. Olapoju Oluwabukola, who is a staff at the Nigerian Institute for Oceanography and Marine Research, and the group co-lead is Mrs. Adebukola Suberu, who is a deputy director at the Lagos State Ministry of Environment and Water Resources. That group is made up of 13 members, 7 researchers, and about 6 policymakers. If you are here in-house, kindly stand up and take a bow. And if you are joining us virtually, please take a bow. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. You can sit down now. Thank you very much. And then finally, the last, but certainly not the least, technical work group is technical work group 3, waste management and environmental advocacy. It's made up of 17 members, composed of 9 researchers, and 8 policymakers. That group is led by Dr. Lanike Buraimo. She's the staff at the University of Lagos. And that group is co-led by, at the moment, I'm not sure, but I think that person is at the Federal Ministry of Science and Technology. If you are here in person, can you please stand up and take a bow? And don't join in virtually to please take a bow. Well, thank you very much. We appreciate you. Next line of action is for me to talk about the knowledge translation unit. Like I said in the course of my presentation, the essence of establishing the knowledge translation units at the partner institutions was to essentially institutionalize this project on evidence-informed decision-making, and indeed to sustain the project and the outcomes. And so I'm very happy, after a lot of arduous work and a lot of quote and unquote harassment of our representatives at each of the ministries. And of course, when I say harassment, it's not like they were coerced into it. They also saw the need and importance and obliged us to set up this unit. So they have nominated 5 junior to middle level staff at each of these partner institutions, and we're starting off this unit with at least 5 people. So I would like, ladies and gentlemen, as I call each partner institution, if the members who know themselves, because they have been written to personally, if they are here in person, kindly stand up, and if you are there virtually, please make an indication or take a bow somehow so we can recognize you. The first group is the Lagos State Ministry of Environment and Water Resources. They're actually made up of 7 members, 2 of which are performing an oversight role for that knowledge translation unit. If you are here in person, please stand up and take a bow. And if you are here virtually, please take a bow. Okay, we don't have any of them here in person. Okay, thank you very much. But I know Mrs. Suberi is part of that team, so I suppose she's taking a bow now. At the Federal Ministry of Environment Lagos Zonal Office, we have 5 staff who are assigned to that unit. If you are here in person, please stand up and take a bow. And if you are joining virtually, please take a bow. Thank you very much. We appreciate you and we recognize you. Thank you so much. The last but certainly not the least partner institution is the Federal Ministry of Science and Technology in Abuja, also made up of 5 members, one of which is the last presenter, Dr. Wakawa, who is affiliated with NASATEM, an agency under the Federal Ministry of Science and Tech. If you are here virtually and in person, please stand up and take a bow. Thank you very much. Like I said at the workshop yesterday, Mr. Ifobu came all the way from Abuja for this dissemination meeting as well as for the workshop we held yesterday. Please can we celebrate him and Federal Ministry of Science and Tech as well. Thank you very much. I want to thank the partners for allowing us to, or cooperating with us to set up this unit. The next presentation is the Environmental Evidence Synthesis and Knowledge Translation Research Cluster at the University of Lagos. Particularly for those of us who are researchers, you know that setting up this kind of group or a center is a big deal. And so we've enjoyed a lot of cooperation and support. And I must say that I harassed the Director of Research and Innovation. I've really stressed her, but she's been very cooperative and she's done really well in supporting us in this project so far. So I'm very happy to tell you from her that we have received interim approval to establish this research cluster, which will be affiliated with one of the centers at the University of Lagos. Currently, we are made up of myself, the group is led by me, Professor Ositoloju is the project advisor, as well as Dr. Buraimo, who is one of the secondaries who presented earlier. At the moment, we are appointing multidisciplinary researchers within the university from different fields, particularly the social sciences and law, to be part of the research group. And like I mentioned, this research group will be collaborating with the KTUs at the partner institutions in collaboration with technical support from AFIDEP. And I'm very happy to also say that we, the partner institutions are partners and collaborators with this research group at the University of Lagos. So we're going places. Can we celebrate us, please? Thank you very much. And last but definitely not the least, is that we want to officially inaugurate the community of practice. And these people are made up of, like I said earlier on, selected or nominated middle to top level researchers or policymakers from all the institutions that we've worked with in the last 12 months. And who have particularly and conscientiously participated actively in the various activities of the project, from workshops to secondment programs to attending webinars to even initiating projects like writing research grants and contributing to the current policy that we're working on. And so this community of practice is set up as people who have in this last 12 months been trained and gotten knowledge in the area of evidence-informed decision making, which they are mainstreaming or going to mainstream in their work as evidence producers and researchers, and who are also going to take forward this gospel to expand the space for EIDM in Nigeria, across Africa, and indeed across the world. I always talk about the Africa we want, and I tell people that the Africa we want starts with you and I. So I'm very happy, ladies and gentlemen, to present to you the Evidence Used in Environmental Policymaking Nigeria project, community of practice made up of project participants who have been part of this project from inception. You are here in the hall, please stand up and take a bow. And those joining virtually should please stand up and take a bow. These people have worked very hard in the course. Please, can we celebrate them? They work very hard. Like I said, the EUEPiN Project is successful because of these people, because of our partners, and of course, because of our hosts. We thank you very much. Please take a seat. Their bios, their research interests, their work areas are all captured on the EUEPiN website online. You can reach out to them through those means, and a lot of them are also captured here in the program group. So our aim is that from time to time, as opportunity and funds permit, we will gather together like this and share our experiences in expanding the base for evidence-informed decision-making in the environmental landscape in Nigeria and indeed across Africa and the world. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, I have completed my assignment, and I would like to hand over to Shehu Ajida, our Master of Ceremony. Thank you very much.
Thank you, very delectable Dr. Temitope Shugamu, for that wonderful presentation. I just went outside to receive the call of the Executive Governor of Lagos State. He said he wanted to speak with me, and I told him I was hosting a program. One thing I don't like about women is sometimes when we speak, they don't believe us. They think they lie. I'll show you my phone, and you call him, and you confirm whether truly he spoke with me or he did not speak with me. But leaving that aside, for remarks, I would like to quickly go to our project sponsor, Dr. Rose Oronje. She spoke with us some minutes ago. She's Director of Public Policy and Communications, African Institute for Development Policy. And she's still from Nairobi, Kenya. And the first question I would like to ask is, Ma, when am I coming to Kenya? Over to you, Ma.
Thank you so much for that. Kenya is open. So you are invited to visit Kenya and to visit the AFIDEP offices. I think you are going to be our next evidence champion, joining the community of practice that Dr. Temitope has just inaugurated shortly ago. Every time I listen to Dr. Temitope talking about the activities and the interventions she has implemented over the past 10 months, I always get amazed. At some point, I remember asking her, are you a magician? Like, what did you do? Because we provided such limited funds. How did you achieve all this? And she said very humbly that she had a lot of support as well. And so a lot of the things that she has done, some of them, colleagues and experts came in without requiring her to spend, money or spend a lot of money to them. And so I'm just here to say that we recognize as AFIDEP, as the institution, of course, together with the African Academy of Sciences, who have supported her, Dr. Temitope, to implement these activities, that we recognize the progress you have made. It has amazed us, and we believe that we have received more than the grant that we provided you, which was a small seed grant to do this. It was indeed a seed grant because it wasn't going to cover all your activities, but clearly you have demonstrated to us that you are so well connected, and you're able to create relationships, which has meant that government institutions, the university where you work, and other agencies, like INCSA, which is a network that supports, provision of advice to governments, that you have a lot of networks that have come in to expand what you have been able to achieve with the limited funds that we provided through this small grant. And so congratulations. We are so happy about what we have achieved, and we keep hoping that we will be able to, to support more of the interventions, more of the things you have started, moving into the future, even as this small seed grant ends. I just want to note that as I listen to the various interventions you have talked about, one thing I wanted to point out is that what we sought to do with these small grants was to challenge researchers to go out and engage governments, work with governments and universities to start off interventions that will strengthen institutional structures for evidence use, so that whatever it is they start can last beyond the 1 year that we were funding them. And so we knew that it was very easy to come here to identify African.
Please, you come up soon. Okay. Well, we are trying to get Dr. Rose Oronje, our project sponsor. We're having some Slack issues. I just want to quickly go to Dr. Abiodun Egetoku, who is the president of Nigerian Young Academy, but even represented by the vice president, Nigerian Young Academy, Dr. Aliu Mohammed, who is joining us online. Dr. Aliu Mohammed, your remarks, sir. Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, can you all hear me?
Yeah, all good, sir.
Yeah, thank you. So, this is just to apologize that the president is billed to attend some very crucial program in Kano here. So he called my attention to come and represent. Yeah, of course, NYA we always have channels of leadership. If the president is not on ground, vice president is there, we have secretary general and co. So I listened to the program very well, and it's something that's really fascinating, motivating, and it's something that I've really learned a lot, and it's something that I can take the message down to our colleagues. Like for instance, for those of you that may not know what is NYA, is actually Nigerian Young Academy, and the Temitope Mushi is one of us. We're very proud of her, and we have our own vision, we have our own mission and core values. Our core value is basically on excellence, commitment, integrity, service, collaboration, volunteerism, research, and co. So I think this kind of program that people are doing is very important to us, because one of the challenges we have in academy is that we do a lot of publication, conference, and all this thing. But how to translate that into policy statement, how to disseminate that using media, has always been a challenge, because it's not everybody in the society that can go to PubMed or Google Scholar to actually, get your publication. But if you are engaged in this kind of program, you should be able to to understand how you can channel the information, how you can target. So Nigerian Academy is very happy to be partner in this kind of project. And we have our representative with you, Dr. Shabu Amudia, and we are very ready, always ready to collaborate with you. And I wish you the best of luck and success in all your endeavor. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Vice President Academy, Dr. Alim Mohammed. I switch quickly to Dr. Rose Oronje to complete her thought. She's back online. Dr. Oronje.
So sorry, I dropped off just when I was about to wrap up, just by emphasizing the fact that with this initiative that we funded, Dr. Temitope, the idea was to challenge researchers to focus on interventions that strengthen institutions, that strengthen structures within government and universities, so that the work they're able to do doesn't. I hope I'm not again. I see my screen has frozen. Can you still hear me?
Yes, you're alive. You're alive. Go on, Dr. Oronje.
Okay, sorry about that. Was to challenge them to strengthen structures within government. And so when I see the fact that she has set called working groups, she is stimulating investments in setting up knowledge translation units. And she's also working on the community of practice, which are basically evidence champions who are going to be continuing with this work beyond this. We are so impressed because that was the focus of this funding. We really wanted researchers to focus on interventions that will last well beyond the seed grant. And that is exactly what she has done. The interventions she has talked about are interventions that are not ending today because her project ends this month, but are interventions that are going to go on into the future. And so we are very happy you achieved your goals, and we are happy to continue supporting you as AFIDEP whenever we can. Of course, trying to bring other funding agencies as well on board so that some of the activities you have started do not die off, say, in the coming year or the next 2 years. We believe that these are activities that can go on for a long time and continue changing the lives of people on the ground. So thank you very much, and well done to the great work that you have done. We are very proud of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rose Oronje, AFIDEP project sponsor, Director of Public Policy and Communications, African Institute for Development Policy, who spoke to us all the way from Nairobi, Kenya. Thank you so very much, ma. We're proud of you, and we say God bless you. Now, we go quickly to project partners, and the first person I want to respectfully invite to this side of the podium to speak to us. She's been here all day long, and I love her patience and, of course, her calmness. Mommy, calm down. Ladies and gentlemen, from Federal Controller, Federal Ministry of Environment, Lagos Zonal Office, a round of applause for Mrs. Oluwatoyin Agbela. Thank you very much, Mommy. We appreciate it.
I would like to stand on the well-laid protocol. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a long day, but I believe you all agree with me that it's a time worth spending. I want to show the ministry happiness for this marriage that is coming between researchers and government people. Because you cannot clap with one hand. Before both of us, university researchers, they go their own way, and then the government too was doing its own thing. And so there is no collaboration. Yes, you do your research, but it is not available to the people who need to make use of it. But with this marriage, which I hope will last, it gives the opportunity for the policy makers, the users of this research, to be able to tell the researchers, this is the area where we need your assistance. And the goal is not a wild goose chase now. It is a research that is targeted at a particular need. And of course, the results will be beneficial. It will not end up on the shelf. So I cannot express enough the appreciation of the Federal Ministry of Environment, especially the Lagos Zonal Office, for this, to the lead person and her team. In fact, she can harass you. If you are sleeping, she will call. You will see her message, and all of us can see the outcome. I'm glad to say that we are happy as a ministry, and we are willing to continue to collaborate. Thank you for this opportunity.
Once again, a resounding round of applause for Mrs. Oluwatoyin Agbela, Federal Controller, Federal Ministry of Environment, Lagos Zonal Office. Thank you very much, man. The marriage is a lifetime marriage. Nothing will separate two of us, man. God bless you, man. Now, when I saw him, I said, this man, how many people will be representing? But he's a man of many parties, representing quite a number of people. And of course, I'm sure all those he's representing are very proud of his exploits. When you are going back to Abuja, you carry your boy along. He is a senior scientific officer, Federal Ministry of Science and Technology.
Team, the team lead, Dr. Temitobo just mentioned in earlier remarks that the Federal Ministry of Science and Technology considers this as their baby project because she was live at the ministry in Abuja to undertake a secondment that yielded this fruit. So the director would want to say that this project is very, very important to the ministry and extends a sense of continued partnership. And wherever any piece of advice may be needed, he will also be readily available to give them. In a usage or application of the knowledge of evidence use, it is shown by the very projects that are being implemented by the Federal Ministry of Science and Technology. Some of our projects are consequent upon vital evidences from research, such as the National Waste to Wealth Project, the Green Economic Transition Program for Nigeria, and the Nigerian Clean Tech Innovation Program. Currently, there is a technology needs assessment for Nigeria for climate change mitigation and adaptation ongoing. And this assessment would utilize evidences from research in assessment of the veritable technologies, the state-of-the-art technologies that should be deployed in the various prioritized sectors in the country, majorly for the start, agriculture, energy, and transportation sectors. So these short remarks, I want to end them by saying that the pyramids of environment, science and technology would at any point in time continue to partner with the EUEPiN Project members, the community of practice, the knowledge translation units, and all associates, the pyramids of environment, Lagos State Zonal Office, and the Lagos State Ministry of Environment, Water Resources, and all others to actualize, according to what Dr. Oronje, the project sponsor, has indicated, the long gains expected from the project. Thank you very much.
I once again want to say a big thank you to Mr. Ezenwa Ifyobu, Senior Scientific Officer, Federal Ministry of Science and Technology, who represented the special guest of honor, the Honorable Minister for Federal Ministry of Science and Technology, Dr. Ogunaya Onu, FAS. He also represented the Director of Environmental Sciences and Technology Department, Federal Ministry of Science and Technology, Project Partner and Project Advisor, Dr. Peter Ekweozo, MNI. At this juncture, we go to remarks, questions from guests and participants. So we like to urge our participants to make remarks or ask questions. I don't know who goes first. So I can bring, okay, I can see hand up first. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm Dr. Bolawa from the University of Lagos. And what is the remark? I actually want to congratulate the organizers of this project. They have really done a very good job. I want to give kudos to Dr. Shoba. She has really been up and doing. I want to say congratulations for the success of this your project, and I pray that you lead it to greater and more projects in Jesus' name. And I want to say I've learned a lot. Like I was chatting with her yesterday, especially even at that our program yesterday, that I was criticizing Twitter accounts and saying that in this time of age, you know, that our people will now come online and start messing up your work and everything. But then she took me aside, I went to meet her, and then she started giving me some insight. I had to ask her, how have you been doing it? When on Twitter, connecting it with your research, and you have not been messed up. And she gave me insight into, you know, some things. And I actually opened the account ahead of the lecture yesterday, but I didn't open it yesterday. But I said I was not going to post anything on this. I don't want anyone to come and start saying something about my work. But to my surprise, I just got home in the night and I just put some 2 or 3 lines there. I just said I'm environmental biochemist, blah 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 blah. I deal in environmental toxicology, blah blah blah. And when I knew there were 2 followers. One was one of my students, and I was like, were you waiting for me to post something, you know? By this morning, they had decreased to 4 followers. I was like, okay, oh, this is very good. So I will continue with this, and I will use it, especially I'll be looking for ways to get across the government agencies, especially because I work this with environmental health. But now they have shown me the way, that this is the way you can do it. You can post some things and tag them and tell us that Lagos State, oh, this is for you. Ministry of Environment, this is for you. So I really appreciate you for this wonderful workshop. Thank you so much.
May your followers continue to increase. Like, okay, I can see answer.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am full of gratitude for my name is Dr. Mrs. Jane Chukwudele from Federal Institute of Industrial Research. EUEPiN has really opened my eyes. Before, I used to think as a researcher, the government, if they need me, they should come and get me. And I also believe that policymakers, they will see us as those people that speak too much grammar. So we'll be here and they will be there. And what we're supposed to do together is in between suffering, and nothing will ever get done. During these 12 months, I attended the science diplomacy course sponsored by American Association of Advanced Science and the World Academy of, and I wrote the World Academy of Science. From the two experiences this year, I understand that we have to make ourselves visible to the policymakers. We have to let them know that we are here so that when they need us, they will know where to get us. One of the resource persons told us that diplomacy is a way of telling somebody to go to help, and the person will ask you for direction. When they come to us, we will present our research findings in a way and with a language they will understand for them to be able to use it. Evidence is very important in whatever we are doing, because I'm a member of a National Adaptation Forum in the US, and we are employing people to make commitments towards adaptation, and we need real evidence that will promote adaptation. I have this plantain in my garden. So after removing the plantain and bananas, I use the trunk to cultivate some annual plants like green, water leaf and co. But the fact that I took the pictures and showed them that actually you can plant, you can use this to plant, because it's a form of adaptation. It has a very big impact on our association. So this thing, I can't really express the advantage or the immense positive impact it has on me. So I thank Dr. Chobenu. I thank her a lot and the sponsors, and I pray that this will continue. Yes, the 12 months is ending today, but I believe it will continue, it will draw fruit, it will bring more fruit and seeds that will have great impact on our researchers and our policy makers. Thank you so much.
Before your government stay on your own, policy makers stay on your lane, but now I want to go and meet them. Testimony time.
Good afternoon. My name is Ibrahim Rashid Mujais from Nostra. I really appreciate this program, and I thank the doctor for this organization. I pray that this marriage continue with the researchers and the government. Thank you very much. God bless you.
I know that I'll come back to you, man. I'll give you my government.
Thank you very much. Dr. Shobanu, it's a very good work that you've done. I'm so happy with this program, EUEPiN. EUEPiN is it's something that has been waiting to happen, and it has happened. I'm very happy with it. You know, many times I go for conferences and present my research findings, and I'm asked, all these are very interesting, but how do you pass it to the government? How do you get it to reach the policymakers so that something can be done that will benefit the community? And this has happened, and I'm very happy. And it has come in a nice way, and I'm very sure it's something that will last. And everybody, the government, the researchers, the entire community will benefit from it. Thank you very much for this good work.
I'll come back to you, but I learned something bad. Before I present my work, But how does it get to government and policymakers? But EUEPiN has opened my eyes, more eye opener.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Boyo Kiagli from the Nigerian Institute for Oceanography and Marine Research. I really want to appreciate the project lead and this project for inviting me as a guest. I wasn't here at the beginning of the project. I wasn't part of the project, but one way or the other, and because of the project, I had cause to be called in for different things, you know, along the line of the research work I do. I want to implore the project lead to please allow this to continue. This is long overdue in Nigeria, not only within the Ministry of Science and Technology, but across all ministries. We have several research institutes, several universities in Nigeria, and I think this is something that can be scaled up to all other ministries, because a lot of research work has been done in this country, but you know, research work is suffering. A lot of it are in people's drawers, are in people's shelves, are in libraries, and so much potential is locked up. But with the coming of this project, I want to believe that greater things will begin to happen in the research sector and also among the policymakers. For me as a researcher, I have to go to policymakers individually when I'm doing projects, write letters to get their attention. But I believe with this EUEPiN, this is a platform that everyone in Nigeria can use. So I want to encourage her to please let this continue, link up with the relevant organizations and all the possible funding we can get. And I want everyone here to also support her in this quest. Thank you very much.
Yes, Dr. Jerome, staff from Nigerian Institute for Oceanography and Marine Research. I want to say thank you, ma'am, for this project. This platform for me has given me several opportunities for collaboration and another understanding about ground. Let me buttress it. In this first reception meeting, I met Mrs. Banere from Ministry of Environment. We were just discussing together. From there, I was invited to Ministry of Environment to speak on World Biodiversity Day. If there is not this, if this program was not there, I would not have met Mrs. Banere. And it was a virtual meeting, and it was a great one. That is gone. July virtual meeting, a lot was said about grants and other things. And even this meeting made me to realize, as I am as a research officer, I've written over 10 grants. One of them has really attracted funds. In the meeting, we were made to know that we need to put some of the research, we need to involve policymakers. They must be part of the grant, so that when people that review your grant, you see it, how you have enough people and professionals on this grant. I also learned that from this project, a lot and a lot. I cannot continue to mention. Thank you, ma'am. Please, I pray that God will give you opportunity to get more funders for this. But most of my colleagues that have discussed with, they are ready to do it. But the little one I can report through seminar and workshop for them and share the materials, they will also learn. But get more from this thing should continue, as my colleague has said. Thank you.
Listen to people who are right here at Barikisu Iyede Street in Custom, Lagos. Let me leave Lagos, the former seat of power, and then go to the current seat of power. And almost immediately, I want to speak to Dr. Rahila Wakawa. Are you there? Your hands are up.
Yes, I'm here.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Yes, I'm here. Thank you. It seems ladies have been on the floor, and we are coming up because our one has done it very well. So we are happy to have Dr. Temitope for what she has done, and for the supporting organization. We appreciate this very project. Her presence in the MFST Abuja has brought us together, and I tend to see somebody that we have same line of thinking, because after her presentation, when she came to the Federal Ministry of Science and Tech here in Abuja, I discovered things to put them in place was presented by her, and that was how we came together. So this good job she has done is not limited to Lagos University, to other academies, but also to other institutions and agencies such as National Center for Technology Management, where I work. And I will do my best to relay this message, to extend this capacity building to our staff members. And I encourage each one of us that have attended this project not to remain silent or to do as go back to our share, but to share our knowledge and to keep moving. Thank you very much. Thank you all. And I say thank you once again.
Dr. Rahila Watawa, all the way from Abuja. Let me also tell you why you are listening to me, that Dr. Akindele, Mr. Ifeobu, and Mr. Smith told me that, young man, if you want to lead this place in one piece, allow women to talk. So it's not as if men cannot say anything. So Dr. Watawa, are you listening to me? That's the essence that I'm giving the women the microphone to talk. It's because I know the men will not be able to when the issue happens. So let me go to another woman to speak to us.
Good afternoon, everyone. Standing on existing protocol, Dr. Fatusi, I want to congratulate the project lead for this great project. In fact, I've seen her work tirelessly with so much devotion and energy. And I want to say well done. I want to say I've been part of it, not from the inception, but somewhere along the line I came on board. And I've learned a lot, but most importantly, I've learned how to write a policy brief, which is what, so most of my research, current research I'm going to do, I won't just let it be just publication. After publication, short copy, I will try and disseminate it using social media and ensure that a policy brief is written and sent to the appropriate ministry in charge. That's my new result, courtesy of this training. So thank you, the project, thank you, the funders, thank you all, thank you to all the partners and all the advisors. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Fatusi. And I've seen is there any other person who wants to? Okay, ma'am.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ngere Osari from Nigeria. Actually, I think we only have one day of the EUEPiN to meet with Dr. Bright came to, when she was seconded to the federal district. And we didn't have much opportunities, to actually benefit from the project. But from the outcomes we've heard, and from what I heard the project said, it will be, I think I should emphasize that demand-driven research is imperative, because that is what will take us to the next level. Because most of the research that is ongoing, they are not tailored towards the needs of the present circumstances and situations we're going through. And also, I think one other area that can be, one other sector that can be brought in is the industry. They are the drivers at the end of the day. They are the regulated community. They are the ones the policies, are tailored towards. So they are already operating in the sector. So I think you should also look in that direction. Find out the areas of need that the industry has and tailor some of those researches towards that area. It will go a long way because eventually policies are going to be formulated based on, I am from the environment sector. So they will look at the issues that have impact on the environment. And most of this pollution comes from the industry. So I think you should also look into that direction in terms of your research. Needs from industry will now tailor policies in future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. My name is Dr. Rose Anani. I'm from the chemistry department of the University of Lagos, and I'm also the group leader of the Air Quality Monitoring Research Group of the University of Lagos. Thank you.
From Department of Chemistry, Faculty of Science, University of Lagos. Mr. Ifebu, maybe you can tell our first class honorable for science and technology, that start. Follow is not good in life. When I was in GS1, I did follow. GS2, I did follow. GS3, I did follow. And the prerequisite for studying science is your understanding of introtech, integrated science, agri, because introtech is representing physics, integrated science is representing chemistry. So I thought the same way that it was at GS level would be the same way at SS. We were in a science class, chemistry class inside, and the teacher was teaching types of gases. That was how, these brilliant students, they were always raise their hands. Nitrogen, helium, oxygen, these. Then I now discovered that when you sit at the back, they tag you to be a bad student. So I devised a means that let me also be sitting in front and then be pretending as if I'm raising my hand. Teacher will overlook you that, no, I want somebody who is not raising his hand. Unfortunately, time come up with me that day. As I raised my hand, the teacher just said, okay, Sean, since you have been raising your hand, give us another type of gas. Hey. I said, they said almost everything that I left to say. They said, there are still more. I just raised my hand. I said, public gas. He said, you said what? I said, tear gas. He said, don't come out again to my class. So that was my own type of gas. Please, I've not heard from Nesra. Some of our stakeholders, we would like to hear from them. Of course, when we say somebody is... Oh, okay, I'm sorry. When you didn't mention where you were from, sorry, the industry. Do we have anybody from... Oh, okay, where is the person? Let me see who is raising. Oh, okay. Who is the person raising hand? So that we can just quickly, before Dr. Shundamu just wrap up. Who is raising hand? Who is raising hand? Not yet. Maybe we'll go to the next page. Is there any? The hand has dropped. I can't see anybody raising hand anymore. Okay. So, in the absence of that, can I just want to respectfully call on the EUEPiN Project Lead, Dr. Temitope Shugamu, who has opened quite a number of people's eyes to better things, to give us the way forward and then do the closing remarks before we have group photographs and then call it a wrap. Once again, I'd like to respectfully call on the project lead of EUEPiN, Dr. Temitope Shugamu, who deserves a round of applause from all of us.
Thank you very much. And thank you everyone for still staying online, despite going in and out because of the networks, and for, of course, our in-person participants. I celebrate you, and so I say, please give yourselves a round of applause. Thank you very much. We also want to appreciate the representative of the Honorable Minister, Federal Minister of Science and Tech, Dr. Gonaya Onu, FAS, represented by Mr. Ifo Izenwa. I also want to appreciate the host, Dr. Professor Bola Obo, Director Research and Innovation Office, University of Lagos, ably represented by the Deputy Director, Dr. Abidemi Akindele, and finally, but not the least, the representative of Honorable Desmond Elliott, the Chairman, Lagos State House of Assembly Committee on Environment. Thank you very much, sir, for still staying with us because of this project. Just by way of closing remarks, just to say that I'm happy to inform us all, as we have heard and seen both from my presentations and from the founder, that despite the fact that the current funding is ending this month and this year, we have put activities or initiatives in place to institutionalize and indeed sustain this project. And so I've basically taken the feedback that a lot of us have given, which is being actualized through the knowledge translation unit that we now have set up at the partner institutions, but as well as the environmental evidence synthesis and knowledge translation research cluster at the University of Lagos. I'm also particularly happy that we had about 3 to 4 management staff from the University of Lagos, attend this event both physically and virtually, and they have all listened to your remarks and comments about the project. And I'm happy particularly that the UNILAG is leading this project, indeed in Nigeria and across Africa, and of course, because we are the University of First Choice and the nation's pride. Thank you very much. I want to appreciate my department, the head of my department, Professor Joseph Saliu, is unable to join us today. But of course, I've enjoyed a lot of his support because, I'm essentially on length for my department to serve the university in this way. And of course, my dean, Professor Adekunle, the Dean, Faculty of Science, University of Lagos, who also supports every time that I write letters or memos for one thing or the other. We thank our partners who've been here. Mrs. Agbena just stepped out, but she's been here since this morning. And as you heard her remarks, oh, she's still here. Thank you very much, ma'am. Like she said, rightly, I call her at night, I call her in the morning, I text her. It's not easy to test policymakers like that. So you know that I've gone far with these people to be able to relate to them at such levels. And I just want to use that as an encouragement for us not to relent. I've come a long way to be able to get this far with these people. I don't know them personally. I don't have any family connections with them. But like I said at the beginning, my interest in impacting society and the interest in making a difference through my research is what has driven me thus far to form networks and to continue to encourage others. I believe strongly that one person cannot solve the varied problems that we have. And that's why I'm very happy to have this cohort of participants or EIDM champions who I believe strongly are going to continue to preach this gospel according to evidence decision making. I want to thank the various networks that I'm part of, who of course, because of the experiences that I've had, because of the training that I've received in this network, starting with the African Academy of Sciences. I became an affiliate in 2018, and I've been opportunistic to have utilized varied grants, training opportunities, capacity building opportunities within the last 2 years that I joined the academy. And so I'm using this as a way to encourage young and outstanding researchers amongst us to apply to become an affiliate of the African Academy of Sciences. And if you are a male, you need to be 40 years or below, and if you're a female, you need to be 45 years or below. Also, I moved on to the National Academy that I'm a part of, the Nigerian Young Academy. Like we heard from the Vice President who represented the President of the Academy, I'm also a member of that academy. I became a member last year. And that academy is made up of outstanding researchers across Nigeria who are making waves and indeed working so hard to ensure that their research goes beyond the tabloids and scientific journals to impact in society. I also encourage researchers who are here and hearing us online to apply to join this academy. If you're a male, you need to be 40 years and below, and if you're a female, you need to be 45 years and below. I want to thank the professional societies I'm part of. Society of Environmental Toxicology and Chemistry. I'm a member of several interest groups, particularly the Science and Risk Communication. I'm very happy to be affiliated, and I've worked in the lab of the current CITAC Europe president, Dr. Thomas Benjamin Taylor. I was actually in his lab during the COVID pandemic between March and July. And so a lot of the activities I did within the EUEPiN project was from his lab. But he's also a champion of science and risk communication. Indeed, he chaired the Science and Risk Communication Interest Group before he became the CETAC Europe president, and he has also served as a mentor in this way. And of course, several members on the CETAC Global Council are now my friends. It's not easy, but this is the kind of network that research and trying to make impact can provide for you. I want to thank all these people, Charlie Menzi, and Igaiki, thank you so much. Joining us virtually from abroad. Okay, one of us is here, so she understands what I'm saying. Well, thank you so much to all these people. I'm also a member of the Board of Trustees of the Society for Environmental Toxicology and Solution Mitigation, which is founded by Professor Otutoloju. I want to thank the Board of Trustees too for their support indirectly or directly, and of course the members of SETCOM, and I also enjoin you to apply to become a member of SETCOM. There's no age limit to join SETCOM. Indeed, SETCOM is made up of both researchers, policymakers, and industry members. And talking about industry members, I just wanted to respond to the remark by, I think the person from Nigeria, if I'm not mistaken. We actually made efforts to invite the industry people to be here. In fact, the PA will tell you that we wrote several letters to the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria through their Lagos office, and up till yesterday, we were still calling them to know who will be representing them. But we believe strongly that we will continue to persist to initiate that connection and collaboration. But the University of Lagos as a whole has a very strong industry connection, which in fact, some industries have set up centers within the university. So you can be assured that the university actually has such collaborations and networks going on. And indeed, some research are actually sponsored or driven by demands for evidence by this industry. I want to ensure I pick everybody, so I will continue to talk about the Society of Toxicology. I thank you very much. Professor Adeyemo is my mentor. I want to thank her, she's an advisor as well, Dr. Ikweozo. We want to thank you very much. Dr. Rose Olonje, she's been the lead person from AMIDEM that has been supporting us technically in the course of this project. Just like everyone else, I write to her, I call her late at night, whatever, and there's a 2-hour time difference. I have literally harassed her. It looks like I'm an expert in harassment, but please, the harassment is not the negative type of harassment. But I want to thank her a lot that she has obliged me on so many times in this way. I want to thank the support team from Abedek, Karo, Mukira. They are all there in the background joining us online. Linda Boyo, and all the members of the African Academy of Sciences. Grace Moara, Dr. Grace Moara is the affiliate fellowship manager. And we want to thank you very much. I want to thank INSA Africa as well. Like I said, I received a small seed grant for the project I did at the University of Lagos, and I'm thankful to Professor Dr. Odubanjo, who is the chair, Richard Glover, who is the program officer. I want to thank them a lot as well. Several other networks and that have facilitated and brought me thus far in this space. I want to thank everyone who have come. Please, I want to join us to continue to expand this initiative. As much as everybody has thanked me, the truth is that I cannot work alone, and I have not worked alone in the course of this project. I want to thank the project assistant. Osegale, please stand up. Can we please project the camera on him? Please project the camera on him. Remove your nose mask. Let's see the face. I have one young man in the project assistant that was recruited at the beginning of January. And for me, when you see a grant like this, it's just as if just take your student and all that. I said, no, I don't work like that. I want people to apply competitively and let the best candidate make it. I have harassed him in the last 12 months. In the last 12 months. But there's a motto that drives me. I say, I demand excellence and I'm willing to pay for it. And anybody who works with me, I tell them that whether you're my student, past and new, you demand excellence that you're willing to pay. It's either excellence or nothing. And I want to thank God that I believe that he has learned a lot in the last 12 months. And though his current contract is going to end with this seed funding in December, I believe we will have opportunity to work together going forward. Thank you very much. It worked at the Research and Innovation Office. And of course, thank you to the Research and Innovation Office team for accommodating us in the last 12 months. I don't want to use the word again, but I can say they know that I have asked them. Well, thank you so much, Dr. Konji, Dr. Amuda, of course, Dr. Akindele, and all the staff at the R&I office. The staff at the marketing office, taking letters around and just getting people to respond. Are you coming? Please, you need to tell us. I message you, I put them on WhatsApp, I reach them anywhere. I'm sure if the Honorable Desmond Elliott was here, he'll probably tell you that the time we invited him to the inception meeting, he said, Dr. Shobamu, you have monitored me and traced me almost to my house. You send letters to the House of Assembly, you send letters to my constituency office, you send letters to my Facebook page, you send letters to my email, you message me on WhatsApp. What is it? I said, sir, we need you. Like I said, it's not like, there's nothing to it. If not that, we want to ensure that we work to bridge this gap between policymakers. I have no business really with Desmond Elliott. But because of his position and capacity to be able to influence policy in the area of environment, then we need to engage them. Some colleagues say, I can't come back and I come down to that, I'm pursuing people for whatever. Well, I said, well, everybody's whatever is different. But I trust that in the past 12 months, for him to have sent someone today for this meeting, it means that he knows that at least, let me just honor this woman for God's sake and all that. And I trust very strongly that a lot of the feedback that he's going to receive from this meeting, we will take it forward in his work at the House of Assembly. Dr. Eric Markway, I want to appreciate you. He's not online. He told me he had a lot of committee meetings, as you know, at the Assembly towards the time of the year budget and all that. But I've never met the man before. I just connected with him through a facilitator who works at the legislative arm of the Assembly at Abuja. And I said to him, I need somebody from the Senate House of the House of Assembly or House of Reps Committee on Environment to attend this dissemination meeting. And I went through great lengths to get someone. I went through Dr. Ekpelzo. I went through so many people, but finally was able to get him. And I wrote him several texts, policymakers, before they respond and all that. But somehow, late at night he responded and then the conversation started. And I really want to thank him because, like we all probably know, it's not easy to get these people to even come for 1 minute to join an event. And the truth is that for some of them, it's not about ego. Some of them, or most of them, are truly busy. I can say that because at least I worked in the ministry for 6 weeks. In that 6 weeks, I can say that the kind of work that I did I don't know how much. I mean, it's a lot of work. Writing, being part of different meetings, different policy work and all that. I mean, February is here and we can tell you about it. So we appreciate all the work they're doing, but most importantly is that the reason why we are following up on these people is to ensure that they are getting the message that we are preaching. It's not like we are doing for jobs. Of course, they give me jobs and contracts, I don't mind. But most importantly, that they are getting the message that we are preaching, which is the gospel according to evidence-informed decision making. So I want to thank Dr. Eric Makwe. I want to thank the Permanent Secretary, Lagos State Ministry of Environment, Mrs. Odemeye. She's also been supportive. She's not here though, but she's been supportive, to assist with all of our requests. I've talked about Dr. Udubanjo, the Executive Secretary of the Nigerian Academy of Sciences, that he mentioned in his speech. He just had to honor me because I also foresee him like that, because the Nigerian Academy of Sciences is like a bridge between we researchers and policymakers. And having a network with somebody like that is very important to advance the evidence that we want to impact society. I want to thank our participants, the secondees. The secondees, I mean, the seed money we gave them was just 150,000. But the way we put them, you have to submit these are the targets, this is what we expect and all that. And in spite of all the issues around COVID-19 pandemic, they were able to deliver on the outcomes of the secondment. I want to thank the heads of the department at the Lagos State Ministry of Environment. I mean, they all attended Mrs. Ogugua's dissemination meeting. And we have one of them here, if I'm not mistaken. We invited them, we wrote a letter to them, and some of them are joining virtually. And I think one of them is here in person. If you are here, sir, from Lagos State Ministry of Environment, please, can we have you stand to take a bow, sir? Sir or ma, anyone, Lagos State Ministry of Environment, please, who is here in the house? Okay, maybe they stepped out, but they noted that they will be coming. Dr. Wakawa is a special person to me as well, from the Federal Ministry of Science and Tech. We just happened to know each other while I was at the Science Advisor Policy Fellowship in Abuja, and she sort of got stuck to me. And she came for the inception meeting, even though she was not part of those that were selected from our ministry. She sponsored herself all the way from Abuja, and she didn't get any refund. But she was that passionate about this, and I want to celebrate you that you are also joining us virtually at this meeting. The president of the Nigerian Young Academy, thank you. I know one way or the other I must have missed one or two people, but I thank you. I want to thank all our respondents in the INSA project. I can see one of them here for political science. Thank you very much. My colleagues from University of Lagos who showed interest when they knew about the project and came, Dr. Alani and Co. Thank you very much for coming. The people who wrote letters to Nesria, who is here, thank you very much. Please stand up, let's recognize you. Thank you very much, Nesria. Thank you so much for responding at short notice to our invitation. Nostra, if you are here, please stand up. We want to appreciate you. Thank you very much. We really appreciate you for coming. The media who are here represented, we thank you. Radio Nigeria, Silverbird Television, and the Guardian, thank you very much for joining us. Mr. Adekule from Noma, thank you very much for joining us. I want to thank my family. If I don't do that, I probably will not have a reform. And I'm sure one way or the other, my husband, is watching. I want to really thank them. I mean, in this year alone, I don't know how I can compare how hard I've worked this year compared to previous years. And of course, that means a lot of travels prior to COVID. During COVID, a lot of work online. I'm always online 24/7. I work through the night. I mean, it's crazy. I mean, for those of us who are really active researchers, that this COVID has actually turned to more work really. They are working, they are designing trainings, they are working with funders, they are working with, working with different stakeholders that you need to deliver. And so it meant that a lot of the time I was not able to deliver in some of my motherly and wifely responsibilities, but I thank God for a very accommodating husband and children. I also want to thank my moms who helped me to cover that place, particularly with respect to taking care of the children while I'm away serving on national assignment like this. Thank you very much. I want to thank everyone once again without belaboring the issue of thanks. Thanks to the media. Thanks to Shema Didaba, who had a very short notice, agreed to MC this event. Thank you very much. Thanks to Alex, media helps with this. I really appreciate one. Finally, in terms of way forward, please, anytime we trust God that we'll get some funding from somewhere. And that's why we have ensured that the funders are online, so that they can say all the big things we have done, and go and look for money and give us more money. But importantly, we've written some grants and we're trying to get some funding. So some of us are going forward, be part of the activities that we will do, but we would also like to perhaps support you to get some fund in an initiative or activities that you will do yourself to expand the space for EIDM in your different spaces. Particularly those of us who are not here in Lagos, we want to encourage you. And so you can write to us, talk to us, see how we can work together, and we can take this forward. So right now, we're just going to do some media interviews, if remaining, take good photos, and your lunch is ready. And for those who are joining us in person, those who are joining us virtually, thank you for your time.
Another resounding round of applause for EUEPiN Project Lead, Dr. Temitope covered all the ground. One of the most difficult things to do is to do both of them. It's usually very, very difficult. But just very quickly, on a light mode before we take our leave, I like the fact that we have people who are more like teachers here. And I want to warn some of our teachers to please be calming down sometimes. One of my teachers did me a strong thing. You can imagine your child giving me an assignment to say, write about yourself. And I wrote about myself. She gave me 2/10. And I was bold enough to go and meet her. I said, Madam, you say I can write about myself. Now me know myself. Now when I know now I write, I can't be marking me down. That you say I should write about myself. Then sometimes when you see some of these lecturers and they give you an exam and the question says discuss, and then you are talking to someone in the exam hall and they say you are engaging in exam malpractice. And I ask them, what does the question say? Discuss. And somebody said, discuss with your paper. I said, for the little I know about biology, a paper is a non-living thing. May we not discuss with paper, then it means something is wrong with you upstairs. On this note, when the mask is off, it means my job is done. Adios amigos, gracias, obrigado, siabonga, danke. Thank you very much. Merry Christmas and a prosperous 2021 in advance. God bless you. My name is Renu Ashimajinaga. So the photograph will be done behind this thing and the banner, and then we can take our interview, take the lunch, and then we go. Dr. Shubamu, thank you for the positive harassment.
And please, I didn't thank the project volunteers, but I want to thank them. Interested to know that these volunteers are both my past and current postgraduate students who are supposed to be on strike, for the one that is current, but they have decided to volunteer to be part of this. So please celebrate them. They are always all the activities that we do. I don't need to write them, and they are here to support. Thank you very much. Please, can we come for the group photos and then we can take them? Thank you. Yes, I will. Okay, so that we will not do that. Yes. Wait, let's take it. Okay. Let's all come together. Yes, please. Please, can you arrange the development? Stay at the back. Let's use seat. Let's use seat. Let's people sit. Sit. So that we continue to breathe.
Oh, dear volunteers, join the picture.
Go behind. You stay there. Who show?
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes,